of the Rabbeim here that have really changed our lives. So tonight is a night of Hakhel Satov, and I wanted to say that this is sponsored by the Tiferes Menachem Scholarship Program, this Hakhel, and we are an outgrowth of Tiferes Menachem of Seagate. And Baruch Hashem, I can say that what we do is recruit students. Tiferes Menachem recruits students to go to attend to the Baal Tshuva yeshivas in both men and women. Tonight's obviously the men's program, but we send also for women. And I'm happy to say that we have sent, including this year, we've sent over 80 students. Baruch Hashem. Thank God. And this year's class is the biggest class we've ever had. We're sending close to 40 students, men and women. Thank you. I'll tell you, it's an honor and a pleasure to do that. It's a life-changing event. As we all know, when we come to Chabad yeshivas, they're the best outreach yeshivas in the entire world. We're so fortunate to have an incredible hanhala, incredible teaching staff. And I wanted to say, they're not just teachers. Our teachers, there's no real good English word for that, for teachers. They're much more than teachers, because they don't just impart knowledge of Torah. They, especially to our outreach yeshivas, they transform us. They transform us into Shomer Torah Mitzvahs Yidden, Chabad Hasidim. It's a very deep relationship with them, and it's all transforming, all encompassing, and we really are grateful for that. So I just want to hear a round of applause for all of the hanhala, the staff, all the years. So tonight we'll begin. Yes, it's really something, because they've changed the lives of thousands of people, thousands of men and women who live all over the world. I'm sure that the majority of the graduates are not in Crown Heights. They live in communities all over the world, in the United States and in Europe and Israel, and a lot of them are hopefully watching online. Are we online? Fine, great. Everybody's online. I hope everybody did sign in, by the way, to and got registered tonight, because we do also have a raffle tonight for a $180 gift certificate. You have to be just sign in at the front desk, and we're going to give that out a little later. As well as people that are watching online, we are giving out a special raffle, the same $180 gift certificate, which will come in very handy for the Yom Noraim, for Tishrei, a separate raffle for those who are watching online. All you have to go is to tiferesmenachempartners.org, tiferesmenachempartners.org. You can fill out the form, and you'll be in the raffle. So to begin, we're going to start with the Rebbe's Kapitel, and we'll ask for Yosef Yitzhak Weinstein from Morristown to say.
Shir Malas David Zemachte Doimlim, Libes Adonai Nelech. Oim Dois Hayraglin Bisharayach Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim Abenuya Meir Shuchel Bradlayachdav. Sheshem Alu Shavatim Shida Ya Edis Leisrael Hodish Lemadinoi. Ki Shama Yashbu Chisais Mishpat Kisais David. Shalu Shalayim Yerushalayim Yerushalayim Ayabayich. Yishalayim Beselech Yashalayim Memanistecha Ben Rosayich. Laman Chayve Yadaben Nashalam Bach. Laman Beis Adonai Eloheinu Avaksha Toivlach. Yechi Adinenu Menenu Vidabenu Melech HaMashiach Leilam Void. Yechi Adinenu Menenu Vidabenu Melech HaMashiach Leilam Void. Yechi Adinenu Menenu Vidabenu Melech HaMashiach Leilam Void.
Shkoyach Yosef Yitzhak. So I'd like to read today's Yom Yom for Chav Zayin Elul. By the way, I think this is one of the last if not the last, large Hakhel gathering in Crown Heights for the year of Tavshin Pei Gimel. And it's so nice that it's our yeshivas that are having that, I think. The Rebbe spoke how important it is that we should do it at the end of Elul. And there's even a video of the Rebbe recently surfaced where the Rebbe was waiting for them to announce Hakhel gathering, and I think it was Chav Hey or Chav Vav Elul. So we're really happy to be that. And Achron Chaviv, not for the fact that, the Hanhala of the yeshivas from the beginning, Hadar Torah. Think of who's here tonight. Hadar Torah. Rabbi Goldberg was here. I hope he's still here. The first Baal Tshuva yeshiva in the world. And I think it's 62. Was it 62? Started in Hadar Torah, 770. Moved over to the building that it's in now, which is National Committee, with Rabbi Yisrael Jacobson, who was one of the great Hasidim, one of the founders of Hadar Torah. Let's hear it for Rabbi Jacobson, who's in Olam Emes, but I'm sure he can hear us. Also, of course, we have to mention Rabbi J.J. Hecht, although a real powerhouse in everything he did for release time and for the parades, Lag BaOmer parades, and Hadar Torah, for Camp Amuna, for Machon Chana, just all of these different projects. So they're both in Olam Emes, Rabbi Vashetsky. Who remembers Rabbi Vashetsky from Hadar Torah? Let's hear it for Rabbi Vashetsky. If you wanted to see a chassid daven, he davened the whole. He told me, I think it was, correct me, maybe I'm wrong. There's Rabbi Goldberg, that he was there for. He didn't see his parents for 20 years because they were separated because of the communist Russia, and it was really unbelievable to see him daven. He would pace back and forth, knew all of davening Baal Peh, just didn't even sit there, just constantly going back and forth, and you could hear his sweet davening. It was really something special to see along all the things. And Rabbi Goldberg teaching his shirim, one of the biggest Talmidim Chachamim in not only in Chabad in the world. Thank God. Let's hear it for Rabbi Goldberg. I'll get to the other yeshivas in a while, but this is really a night of Hakeres Tov, Avis Yisrael. Hopefully all of us, just so you know, the Seder tonight, we'll have a chance to meet the reunion. Some of the alumni haven't seen each other in a long time. I'm going to be talking in the beginning. It's really the call to action. This Farbrengen and this reunion is organized in terms of Chassidus milamata lamaila, from Olam Asiyah, where we're talking about bringing students, changing lives in mitzvahs, in Ahavas Yisrael, and recruiting students, and the Tiferes Bonachim program, to the world of Torah, with Silas, with a very major presentation by Simon Jacobson, one of the great Hasidic teachers in the world. He should be here a little while. And he'll be speaking about the unique mission of the Baal Tshuva in bringing the Gula. Should be fascinating. And then after that, we're going to break and have a dinner. We have a beautiful dinner coming up, God willing. Let's hear applause for that, gentlemen. Or is the food so good in the yeshivas that you don't need to eat over here? I heard the biggest. I'm trying to figure out which yeshiva gave me the biggest laugh on that one. So I'd like to say our Yom Yom today. I think it's very appropriate. I'll read it. Medivrei Kodesh Rabbeinu Zakein. This is for Chav Zayin Elul. Yisrael Goy Echad Ba'aretz. Der Am Yisrael Oicher der Edrish Welt in verbunden mit Hashem Echad. Hashem Yisbarech. Macht von Ruchnius Gashmius, dem Am Yisrael macht von Gashmius Ruchnius. What a profound thought, right? A profound teaching. That God makes Yesh Mi'ayin, and we take Ayin, and we take Yesh, and we turn it into Ayin. So, and that's what really, if you think about it, that's what our yeshivas are doing. And they're taking the Yeshus that unfortunately most American Jewry was brought up with in my time, and it's even gotten worse, as we'll talk about in a little few minutes, and make it the ayin of bittul to Hashem. We had Naasev and Nishma. So that was really what the Baal Tshuva yeshivas do for us. It's really extraordinary that's really a miracle. If Yesh Ma'ayan's a miracle, I think it's even maybe a bigger miracle that they perform every day from Yesh to Ayin. So tonight I'd like to just have a video here. It's where the Rebbe speaks quickly about, it's a short video about when two Jews meet together. Because tonight is not only a night of information and knowledge and inspiration, which is hopefully you'll find that throughout the evening. And we plan to, after the end of the dinner, and after Rabbi Jacobson's speech, there will be the dinner. Afterwards, there's going to be a Farbrengen, several Farbrengens. Rabbi Jacobson will be giving a Farbrengen, Mirz Hashem, here in the front area. In the back, we're going to have a mechitza, and Rabbi Greenberg is going to Farbrengen, and Rabbi Tuvia Bolton, we're looking for him. He's supposed to come in from Israel today. I hope he didn't get delayed. And Rabbi Lubavitch, I think, might be here. Is Rabbi Lubavitch in the audience? These are so special rabbis for us. So if you turn your attention to the screen, and we can see the video of what it means to when you gather together. It's not just inspiration for ourselves, but it should benefit others. Now is Adam Stein here? There he is, Rabbi Stein. So the Rebbe just said about charity, starting about two Jews get together, they should benefit a third. So we're getting together tonight and should benefit other Jews. And I hope to show that we can benefit they say there's 400,000 Jewish students in American colleges today in the United States. And I don't know, al pi halacha, maybe it's not that kind of number, but certainly in the hundreds of thousands. So, and we have I think a chiyuv to reach out to Jews, especially the Jewish youth, and to reach out to them and bring them to this most incredible lifestyle, the life of a Torah mitzvahs, the life of the Bavar Shachassid, which is the absolutely best life that any person can live as a Jew. There's no question, right? I think we all agree to that. So let's get together. We're here tonight. We'll make hachlatas and to benefit a third Jew, not just a third. How much more so? The Rebbe spoke of when two Jews to get together, but when 150, 200, or maybe 300 by the end of the evening come together, we can certainly toil and help so many other Jews in the United States. And the Rebbe said it's starting with tzedakah. So Tiferes Menachem, as I said later, recruits students and pays scholarships for them to make it easier, as easy as possible, to get students into our yeshivas. So right now, I want to move into talking about our partners, our shluchim partners. There are essential shluchim partners out there. Kananara, we have over 1,400 Chabad houses in the United States. It's really amazing. They say that Chabad houses, there's more Chabad houses in the United States today than Reform and conservative synagogues put together. The growth has been phenomenal. I just want you to know, when I came to Chabad in '83, Mem Gimel, there was 17 shluchim on campus, 17. Today there's 220, Baruch Hashem. So, Caravel Taint, we are really reaching out and changing the world. The shluchim are unbelievable, doing amazing Mesiras Nefesh. You know, one of the things that what people should be aware of, how difficult it is outside in the world, because the Pew Research Center and Adam Stein, Rabbi Stein, are you okay time-wise? You got 5 more minutes to introduce you? Is a well-known shliach on the campus of Stony Brook University in Long Island. So he'll be up in a second. But I just wanted to say, before I introduce him, because Tiferes Menachem, how do we get our students? The vast majority of our students come from the shluchim on campus, as well as we have had a few from regular shluchim, and we've had a few from social media, which we're exploring to go even stronger into social media. We're advertising on Instagram and YouTube and Google, and we're getting quite a response. So that's something that we're going to go through all channels and recruiting. I'll speak about that a little later, but I wanted to just say one thing about the Matzav out there. Pew Research Institute, which is the most famous institute that does surveys in the United States, recently completed a major study on American Jewry in 2020. And what they found should disturb all of us, and which should awaken in us a desire to help our fellow Jews. They found that in 2020 that 40% of all Jewish youth that are from the age of 18 to 29, 40% consider themselves, identify as Jews of no religion. Almost half of the young, it's gotten much worse. As you go up in age, 70, 80% of people my age, Jewish Americans, identify as Jews with religion. Jews of the Torah, whether religious or not, but they believe, and they believe in God of the Torah. The incredible decline is astounding. 40% of Jews, they consider, when they ask, why do you identify as a Jew, how do you identify as a Jew, they hold Jewish humor, Jewish food, Jewish music. There was one other one, Jewish travel. Israel was higher than Jewish religion, Jewish observance, Torah and mitzvahs. 70% of all Jewish marriages in the last decade, according to the Pew Institute, and when they're not Jewish, it's not a Jewish organization, 70% of all Jewish marriages in the last decade in the United States are intermarriages. 70. We've been quoting recently 50%, right? Unfortunately, Rahman al-Islam. It's now 70%. And and then when they ask, do you believe in the God of the Torah? The God of the Torah. If you exclude Orthodox Jewry, non-Orthodox Jewry, 85% of American youth, 18 to 29, do not believe in the God of the Torah. 85%. So these are astounding facts that Rabbi Stein has to deal with every day, all our shluchim in the country. There's been an incredible Yeridas Adoros, and it's not any fault of the Jewish youth. We have to reach out to them, and that's what I want. We should be proud of the fact that of our 9 Chabad outreach yeshivas today, including 5 men and 4 women, and that we are going to talk about the incredible new developments and growth that's happening right now as we speak tonight about what's going on. I'm going to show you a little later some videos and what's happening with Morristown and Mayanot and Temimie Darech and Hadar Torah and what's happening there to really change the face of American Jewry. Without, amen. So, Rabbi Stein, so I just want to thank the shluchim out there partnering with us. When at Chabad on campus, doing incredible work. They're engaging. The positive statistic is from Pew Institute, as I might as well finish the quote, is that they say that the Chabad now is being measured by Pew Institute as an independent force in Judaism. they now ask, Chabad has become so important and so effective to American Jewry that they ask now questions about Chabad. That's in their surveys. And they have found that 40% of all youth, I think they went up to 30 or 40 years old on this one, 40% of all Jewish American Jews up to 40 years old say they have had at least one encounter with a Chabad rabbi, a Chabad event in the past year. 40%. So I guess we're talking about 40s today. Well, we waited 40 years in the desert, but now we have 40% saying they don't identify as Jews of religion, and 40% are saying that they're meeting with Chabad. And so, B'ezrat Hashem, as they said, the Yad Chasidim Elyona will, B'ezrat Hashem, bring the Gula Shlema. So Rabbi Stein, I just want to say Rabbi Stein graduated from the University of Massachusetts, and a degree there, and learned in yeshiva, and then came to 770, where he got smicha from Rabbi Yaroslavsky, and has been a shliach, a very important shliach, a very successful shliach on Stony Brook University in Long Island. And very interesting to note that he designed a course at Stony Brook that's been attended by over 3,000 students at Stony Brook University. And it was officially recognized by Stony Brook. Officially recognized by Stony Brook. And what's more amazing is that the course was based on a sicha of the Rabbi in Parshas Pinchas, Tasha Nun Aleph, on living in the moment. Let's hear it for Rabbi Stein. That's amazing. 3,000 students learning sicha of the Rabbi, and we want to welcome him up. And I want to say one more thing before you come up, Rabbi Stein. Rabbi Stein, we have the schus that he sent us the first Tiferes Menachem scholar to our program, and her name is Devorah Spira. She's married, happily married, living in New Jersey as a totally from Shomer Shabbos Jewess, and we thank you so much for that. Rabbi Stein.
Okay, l'chaim. So listen, you're talking to they say in like the formal Yiddish landsman. I went to university, was makarved by a guy with a funny beard and a funny hat, asked me if I was Jewish, and I said yes, and the rest is history. And then eventually, of course, went to yeshiva, got smicha, got married, and went on shlichus, campus shlichus. So that's where I started, so that's why I wanted to share. So Rabbi Gold, I've known him for many, many, many years, ever since I came to Crown Heights. I don't know if you remember back then. And this Menachem Foundation is amazing. It does have its limits, which we're going to talk about, why, how we can get more people into the Menachem Foundation. And the limits are because, like Rabbi Gold talked about, there's Yeridus Ador. So just to give you an example of the Yerida that we're dealing with the college campus, well, it used to be that you ask people if they're Jewish. I don't know if you guys still do that. But the thing is, the people who said yes were actually Jewish. Now, if you ask people they're Jewish, lav dafka they're Jewish. Because they think their father is Jewish, right? Reform has introduced the concept that Judaism goes to the father. And all the other religions in the world, the Havdil, the religion goes to the father. So why not Judaism? So if you ask someone they're Jewish, you're getting non-Jews in your Chabad house. And you're spending time carving non-Jews and teaching them Yiddishkeit. So now you can't ask people they're Jewish. And then there's another thing, now it's how you identify. You guys know this with wokeism. Wokeism, forget about, we're not going to go into it. But it's all based on how you identify, not based on who you are. So now, if you identify as Jewish, you're Jewish, right? There's another organization on campus, everyone has the sign-in sheet. So if you go to ScienceScholars.com, you want to join the Science Scholars class. You guys familiar with Science Scholars? Yes, I can't see the light. Okay, Science Scholars is a incentive program offered, through the offices of JLI. And this incentive is you get $350 if you come to consistent classes. 8 classes, you hang out with the rabbi, you have a discussion group, and you get $350. Very beautiful program, brings a lot of Jews who wouldn't come to the Chabad house because the Yetzirah wants the 350. That's the Farbrengen for the Farbrengen, and then the Nefesh Elokis wants the Torah. So science scholars, you have a questionnaire and asks, are you Jewish? So of course everyone checks off yes. Were you born Jewish? Or did you choose to be Jewish? And then people start checking off different things. Was your mother Jewish? You check off yes. Was your mother born Jewish? Or was she Jewish by choice? And it goes through the whole thing generation. There's another organization on campus that asks, do you identify as a Jew? So everybody, you read the Torah, you see God's love for the Jewish people. I identify with that. I'm Jewish. You grew up in a neighborhood that was, 30% Jewish. All your friends were Jewish. You went to your friend's house for Passover. I identify as Jewish. Anyway, so therefore, if you ask people, are you Jewish? Either their father is Jewish and they're saying they're Jewish. Either they identify as Jewish and they say they're Jewish. Who knows why they're saying they're Jewish? So therefore, in the last 6 years or so, I don't ask anybody if they're Jewish. I ask about their mother. Oh, it's so great to meet you. Is your mother Jewish? Everyone rats out their mother. No, throws the mother right under the bus. Yeah, she's Jewish. So therefore, that's how you get the Jews on campus. You learn, you have to change the lingo. Now, you have to understand, when I went to campus, it wasn't so long ago, as far as years ago, but maybe from your perspective, I went to campus in Nun Test, Tafshin Nun Test, 1999. So those days, there was very few shluchim on campus, so I guess I'm considered alter shlich on campus, but not as old as others. But those days, it was like very simple shlichus. Meaning nowadays, if you make a pu'ula, you have to, set up the house, it has to look pretty, you have to have a theme, Caribbean food or whatever, some kind of food theme, and you have to get these machines and waffle makers, and you get everyone together. It used to be very simple. You go to the liquor store, you get a couple bottles of vodka, and you put a sign saying Farbrengen, say l'chaim with the rabbi. Whole thing's $60 and some pickles. You know what I mean? And everyone became Lubavitch. Right? Because with l'chaim, everything makes sense. The Rebbe makes sense, Hasidus makes sense, Nefesh Elokis makes sense. But then campuses got much stricter, and Chabad got stricter on self-enforcement. And I'm going to tell you a little reason also. Some shluchim were going above the Rebbe's gezeras, giving people under 40 more for l'chaims, lost the bracha. You guys understand that concept, yeah? So anyways, so therefore, the shluchim lost the bracha to give l'chaims, unfortunately. And suddenly, Hasidus doesn't make so much sense. The Rebbe doesn't make as much sense anymore. If a guy has a goyish girlfriend, you can't yell at him for dating her anymore. You have to walk on eggshells. You don't want to insult him. Used to be in the middle of l'chaim, you grab the guy's cell phone, you call the girl, you tell her to break up with him. Can't do that anymore. Right? This is invasive. This is bullying. This is whatever, insensitive. You have to walk on eggshells with everybody's ego, right? Without l'chaim, there's egos. It's terrible. So anyways, another case of Yeridas Hadar. And then there's another thing that used to be, you have organizations on campus that might attract more people than Chabad. Let's face it, they might have more money than Chabad. Not every campus is like that. But they get the list. The university gives these organizations the Jewish lists. So it used to be that these organizations, they would throw big programs. And, Chabad would try to kind of feed off of their Jews, right? So, I'd say, go to that organization, invite, their students over to Chabad afterwards. You guys know what I'm talking about? There's a light in my face, I can't see. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Okay. Well, you can't do that now, because I've seen over the course, since it's all based on how you identify, it's all goyim coming over. There's very few Jews. You can't bring people and say, go to that organization, tell them all to come to Chabad. Almost no one's Jewish. 80% are not Jewish. 75% not Jewish. They're not Jewish. Can't even go over there and schlep Jews anymore. So this creates a very difficult situation on college campus. And then you have another avodah zarah, careers. Now, everyone always, what? I didn't say money. Money can be used as Shem Shemayim. Being married to your career is avodah zarah. Complete, utter avodah zarah. So therefore, making money, that's a kosher thing to do. You can make money, but being married to your career, the most ridiculous thing. Terrible avodah zarah. And I don't blame them, because nowadays, to get a career, it's much harder. You know, the world is becoming more technologically advanced. So it's no longer just, just putting two things together and you make money. You have to know a lot more knowledge of how things work. You have to get a lot more advancement in these things. And the resume you need to get further your career has to be much thicker than the resumes of 20, 30 years ago. I talked to a recruiter at Citibank, alumni of ours, and she said, yeah, when she went out looking for a job in the year 2000, and her resume was like this thick, and now she's a recruiter, and she will not accept people that have the resume she had. You have to have a much thicker resume. The pressure's on. People don't have free time as much as they used to have. And they just used to be, you go to college, let's say 30 years ago, went to college for experience. You want to experience college. Therefore, you're into experiences, so you can take time to experience other things in life. Nowadays, people are going to college just for, to be married to their careers and get that career or job. And therefore, they don't have so much time. They don't have time to take off to go to yeshiva. They don't have time to take off for this. Especially, I'm in a STEM school, science school, computer science school, biomedical engineering type of school. People are just studying all the time. They just don't have time for freedom. If you notice, a lot of the Baal Teshuvas, if you go through it, they're liberal arts majors, right? I mean, it's pretty much a fact. Rabbi Gold, you should really do a little study. I was a liberal arts major. And liberal arts majors have all the time in the world. We just write papers and read a little bit and hang out. Right? I had plenty of time to go to yeshiva. But everybody else have no time. And the world is getting harder and harder with the careers. So it's very hard to get them to yeshiva. So what do we do about this? Got no mashka. I got everyone thinking they're Jewish when they're not. Right? I can't suckle off other people's activities. I got to find the Jews myself. Right? Can't run to the local organization and just schlep Jews from there. They're not Jewish. So what am I going to do? They're all married to their careers. What are the problems I have? What did I said? I forget. There's another problem I had. So what do? So the answer is you make no cheshbonos. None. You're doing shlichus the Rebbe. You make no cheshbonos. I don't care what the situation is. You do a futzis. And that's it. You run around campus asking everyone if their mother's Jewish. You get them to come to a Chabad house, and that's it. And you headhunt people, right? Headhunting is a business. People get paid big bucks to headhunt CEOs for other companies. So I go and I headhunt Jews. I stand in the corner, and I don't care how many people are not Jewish. I'll stand there all day long to find out one Jew in the crowd. And that's what I do. Until you just pick them out one by one. Until you get them. We had a barbecue. This is the students came here 2 weeks ago. We're in the second week of university. So we had 54, 55 students, Baruch Hashem, at a welcome back barbecue. And our university is maybe, universities used to be 20% Jewish. So university is not 20% Jewish anymore. Universities used to be 10% Jewish. You have still a few, but our university is talking about 6%, 7%, much less percentage of Jews. And so therefore, it's hard to find them, but you just gotta, you gotta go fishing. You gotta just pick them out. And the advantage is Yisar or Me'achishach. The advantage of light from darkness is stronger, because when the Jews come to a barbecue, it's just a barbecue. No, nothing big about it. But it's an environment in which everyone is Jewish. Shechinta Sharia. You feel the Shechina, the Kedusha of 10 Jews and more than 10 Jews all coming together. You feel it, and the students feel it, and it makarves them. And this is why I must say a little political commentary if I can. Some people are not so stark about me Yehudi. Even shluchim, it's hard to discern that you're Jewish, you come, you're not Jewish, you don't come. That's very hard to do, especially this day and age. So a lot of shluchim just, get everyone to come to the barbecue, and once they're in the barbecue, you figure out who's Jewish. Then, the whole shechina is messed up already, right? Then, like every group that's schmoozing, right? Every 10 people are schmoozing, 6, 7 are Jewish, maybe 8. And it's all mixed up already. Very, very hard. But if you're stark and you know how to do it both from the scalpel, you explain people very nicely. But Judaism goes to the mother, you explain these things, you explain how they're culturally Jewish. It's so wonderful that you have Jewish ancestry. It's something to be proud of, and you leave them with a good feeling, and you get the real Jews to come. Then that's the real shlichus. Now, the way I would say, can I just say one more thing? The way I would say about the Menachem Foundation is to get Jews to go to yeshiva. Of course, if they're liberal arts, you could get them. Of course, if somehow you gave them mashka, you could get them. But if for some reason they're not liberal arts, you don't have mashka. Devorah was liberal arts. Anyways, but if they're not like this, so how are you going to get them? So they have this beautiful program in Israel that they do. It's called Onward, in which they schlep kids to Israel. They give them an internship, and then a couple hours a day they learn Torah. They go to shiurim. So it's an amazing thing because the students, they just want to come out with a resume. They don't have to be full day in an internship. They just have to be an internship enough that they get their feet wet, get some skills, and have a letter of recommendation and an internship. So if they would take, let's say, the Hadar Torah dorms that are empty during the summer, and they would, shluchim would have a program where they set them up with internships in New York City. New York City is like the center of business and things happening in hospitals. People could come from all over the country to come to New York City to get an internship. Learn, a few hours in the morning, start the internship at noon or something like that. You'd have kids learning Torah, getting internship, and living in the shchuna. And that would makar a lot of people. You throw a little stipend with it, and I think you would fill up the entire dorm of Hadar Torah. Okay, l'chaim, thank you so much for having me. Tzlach Rabba.
Let's hear it. That was really very informative, very elucidating, right? By the way, Rabbi Stein, we are working on that, as we'll talk a little later about the situation of being married to careers and try to work it out that we can come to learn Torah in yeshiva. And then the one advantage we have these days is that Baruch Hashem, Chabad has grown so tremendously that we have an incredible network of Chabad Hasidim in the health field, doctors, we have lawyers, we have engineers, we have businessmen, we have e-commerce, entrepreneurs. There's a lot. We're working on that, Rabbi Stein. We're working on that area. We're trying to partner with the Crown Heights Young Entrepreneurs. And my concept's a little different than that, in that not to have it at the same time, because I think we really need to make that bittul from Yesh, we need to be full-time immersed in Torah mitzvahs day and night. I'm not sold on the concept of 70-30 or whatever. I'd rather see it that when we get students coming to our yeshivas, that we can show them, as we truly have already shown, that over 90% of our students within 3 months have landed a very good jobs in careers, and many of them are back to the thing. And we're going to increasingly work on that. So if a student realizes when they come and give 1, 2, or even 3 years or 2 years and to change and to absorb Divrei Elokim Chaim, to absorb Torah and mitzvahs, to change their life, and then when they graduate, we're there for them. We are going to help them advance in their career, not to be married to their career, as Rabbi Stein said. Chas v'sholom. We are married to our spouses, and we produce Jewish families and Jewish children, the next generations. That was one of the reasons the Rebbe was so much against going to college, by the way. He called it an avodah zorah. After the war, especially, Americans would say, gotta go to college, get a job, and sort of went back to that. Actually, I want to show a video right now of something that will refer to that time, sorry. If you could play back to Going Home, Journey Home, of the video there, that would be appreciated. This is a different time, and you'll see what it was like then.
I went to University of Michigan, and in the course of those 4 years, I had 4 different bands. I wrote all the music. I graduated, I have a degree, bachelor's degree in philosophy. But I always felt that there was something missing.
Das hat mir eine Resurrection nach Schwachkipu. Dann ging ich war weg in der Schwachkipu und das war in der Schwachkipu. Und auch das, was man sich bei Frat, bei bald Schuhe, wie bald hat der Rebischter hat ihm geholfen, als gestanden in der Matze Leitev. Und mit einer Kammer Siebes ist rausgekrochen von dort und ist geworden, Ohu, Lifnei Hamokim. Kann sich mitfühlen, Bezoras Jehu, als Achmerer, wie sie kann mitfühlen, als Tzadik, was keinmal nicht gelegen in dem Tachtis. Und der Pfarrer der Rebischter schleppt ihm als Hecher und Hecher, la Meila Adenkeit.
Es steht in Gemorre, sagt in
loves the Baal Tshuva. Loves the Baal Tshuva. You know that a woman once wrote to the Rebbe that she feels bad, that she's not a complete chassid because she's an American girl and she's a Baal Tshuva and she doesn't have gesh. So the Rebbe wrote back to her that I have two kinds of chassidim. Some of my chassidim I inherited from the previous Rebbe and some of my chassidim are my own. My own chassidim are the Baalei Tshuva. And the Rebbe meant it. The Rebbe was in his own room, and there was a Jew there whose name was Shalom Gansberg. He's Baruch Hashem alive and well. Shalom Gansberg was the closest thing to a family member that the Rebbe had. He lived in the Rebbe's house for many years. And even after the Rebbe had passed, he continued living in the Rebbe's house. And the Rebbe was pacing his room. The Rebbe was not much of a pacer. The Rebbe was pacing his room, and he said to himself, I was born on a Friday. People born on a Friday never finish what they start. What have I accomplished? Imagine the Rebbe said that in the winter of 92. He didn't say it to anybody in particular, but Shalom was there, and he felt like the Rebbe needs, something has to be said. So he told the Rebbe, how could the Rebbe say, what have I accomplished? The Rebbe made so many Baalei Tshuva. And the Rebbe immediately said, yeah, that's true. And he was satisfied with that.
Those are powerful, aren't they? You know, you notice that the Rebbe was saying, hi, Rabbi Lubavitch, thank you for being coming right there. The long-term Rebbe in Morristown. The Rebbe was saying in the time of Tuvia Bolton and Tuvia Telling, you know, that the Jews were knocking on the door in Crown Heights at 7070, looking for spirituality. And because why? Because they had an empty life. They were searching spirituality. Well, I think actually we're at that point again now, to our advantage. I think people, that 40% of the Jews that feel that they're not religion, and you know, Reform Judaism, the main college of Reform Judaism. I grew up with Reform Judaism, by the way. My rabbi was one of the presidents of Reform Judaism of America, and wrote 5 books, I think, 6 books on Judaism. And when I met my first shliach, he said to me, do you know about Judaism, young man? And I said, Rabbi, I was bar mitzvahed, I was confirmed, I learned in Jewish Reform School for 12 years. And he said, great. He said, how often do you put on tefillin? And I said, Rabbi, what's tefillin? Can you imagine that? 12 years. Papers, reports, tests, report cards. 12 years of school, never heard of tefillin. So that was so you see what the good news is, and I can say it's good news. I don't know if it's politically correct, but I will say it. The main school for producing Reform rabbis in America is in Cincinnati. It's called the Reform Union College. They just closed. Last year they closed. 147 years. The school existed for 147 years, and it closed last year because the Jews are not associated. Those Jews of no religion, they're not associated with the Reform. They're not associated with the Conservative. They're starting to associate with Chabad, the 40%. So that's the good thing. we're just got to keep going, guys. We're in the battle. We're going to turn the tide. So you see here that the Rebbe said his accomplishment in his life was making Baalei Tshuva. That relaxed the Rebbe when he says, "What's my accomplishment?" And the Rabbi Patil said that the Rebbe loves the Baalei Tshuva. And so I would like to ask three of our students that are Tiferes Menachem scholars quickly to come up and just tell a little something about themselves. I think you'll find it very fascinating. We're going to start with Shmuel Zev Quinn, who we learned in Morristown and University of Illinois in Champaign. Rabbi Teichtel, Mushba from Rabbi Teichtel. By the way, you should know, and I want to give a Yesher Koyach to the Teichtel brothers. They're on 4 campuses, Tennessee, Chicago, Kansas, and Arizona. They have sent almost 10 students to our program. They really deserve a round of applause. And Shmuel Zev is one of them. And here's a fellow that has got a degree, and he's got smicha, and he got smicha, and he just came from the colleges. Has a tremendous success, and now he's got a wonderful job in career. He's not married to it, but he's got a wonderful career in finance. He's going for a CPA. Let's hear for Shmuel Zev. Yeah.
So we've been giving so many rounds of applause today, but we haven't given the most important round of applause. Can we please hear a round of applause for Rabbi Gold? You have no idea who that man is. Thank God he's coming back strong completely. After COVID, God gave him his life back, and he doubled his efforts, and he's doing more and more, spreading Judaism. Incredible. So yeah, I wanted to speak a little bit about myself. So I was amongst one of the first recipients of the Tiferes Menachem Scholarship. And as Rabbi Gold mentioned, in my background, I was going to yeshiva after completing college and starting a career, which I was married to, and I was working 80 hours a week, sometimes more, not stop. And I was keeping Shabbos, and they weren't happy with that. One of the people I was working with once asked my boss, what's with this guy? He's keeping Shabbos. How do you feel about that? And he said, if you get a job like this, you're supposed to make sacrifices for it. But I'm glad I know that we only make sacrifices for Hashem, and that's where we put our sacrifices. So thank God I got the ability to go to yeshiva. And I really want to say thank you to everybody that was involved, and especially to Rabbi Gold, and especially to all the Hanhal at the yeshiva. Some of them are here today, Rabbi Hecht. So just to continue, as we saw before, the Baalei Tshuva is someone who's very unique. He's going, and he's seeking deeper connection and involved with God in his life, and he's deciding to go to yeshiva. This yeshiva journey is to give him a much greater, deeper relationship, and we see that the person singling himself out. He's not going with a Chabad house. He's deciding, I'm going to spend time in yeshiva. And the most important thing we can do for him is to support him, especially financially. So he's going through so many challenges. He's leaving his career, he's leaving his relationships, he's putting stress on this. And as we see, many Baalei Tshuvas, they're not just satisfied with 1 year. They do 1 year, and then, it's Gemara and Rashi, and then they say, I didn't learn Tosfos, I didn't learn Maharsha, I want to learn the Rebbe Shabbos HaMsheichim. So they keep staying year and year and year, and thank God they're able to do that. So we want to support them, and especially since we have, after that, they're trying to integrate back into life. They're going into marriage, thank God, and they have a lot more expenses. So everything that we can do for them with a scholarship fund like this is incredibly, incredibly helpful. So I also want to say that it's not just those who can give money. but there's many, many other things that everybody can contribute. And just like we learned the story of the Tzemach Tzedek and the Alter Rebbe when he was a child, and he pointed to the Alter Rebbe, the Rebbe said, "Where's Zaidi?" And he points at his nose, says, "That's not Zaidi." He points at his ears, "That's not Zaidi." But where is Zaidi? Zaidi is the whole Zaidi. So just like us, we're gonna have in this Hakhel year, we're gonna take together all of our koiches, not just the people who can give money, but also those who can give their time. They can help mentor people. They can go and they can help Rabbi Gold with his outreach programs when he goes down to every university on trips to meet students and to talk to students and tell them how much they love yeshiva and how it's going to benefit them, and to continue to provide them support after. So, as we know, the Talmid Chachamim, they're compared to Shabbos. The Rebbe said we're going into, when Rosh Hashanah is on Shabbos, it's a Shabbos Dikiyar, so we should have, for all those Tiferes Menachem students, should be able to have a Shabbos Dikiyar that should be able to, have that ease of mind and rest, and be able to be fully open emotionally to learn Torah without the stress of paying the bills. So I want to say thank you one more time.
I want to say is example of our Tiferes Menachem scholars that all the yeshivas are excited when they receive our guys and our gals, because they're really special people, and they really achieve dramatically success there. Just to tell you a quick story before I go on to the second student. When I was involved with Seagate, Tiferes Menachem there, and we have a representative from Seagate, Yeshua Merenfeld. I saw him over here. Let's hear applause for him. Thanks for all the work he did over there and supporting Seagate. So when it was Seagate, we had a fellow who was a doctor, and he decided to become Baal Tshuva, and he said he wanted to postpone and defer his learning and his internship, his education at medical school. I think it was Columbia University. So he went in to ask the chairman of the department if he could get a deferment for a year to learn in Seagate. So he said, "You want a deferment?" And he said, "Yeah." And he opened up his drawer. This is the chairman of the department, and he put a picture on the desk, and he said, "You see that picture?" And it was a picture of I think Breslov Chassid, but he had long payas. So you see that young man? He said, "Yeah." He said, "That's my son." He said, "Go take a year off. Go learn. I'll support you. You got your position." So let's hear from Daniel Miles, another second student here, and from University of Colorado in Denver.
Let's give another round of applause for Rabbi Gold here, yeah? All right. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Hey, guys. It's so great to be here. I appreciate it a lot. So my name is Daniel Miles. I'm a bacher in Hadar Torah. And, first of all, I want to say we should give a round of applause to the two newest bacherim in Hadar Torah. One of them came all the way here from France and already committed 1 year to be here, and the others all the way from Russia. We have Avi and Zev. Amazing, incredible. Cool. So I grew up in Los Angeles, and I grew up in a Reform shul, and I think we've talked enough about that tonight, so I'm not gonna talk about whatever. Anyway, I was always active in the community and like youth groups and things growing up, but I never knew anything about From Yiddishkeit until maybe like a year and a half ago. And so my journey that brought me here all started when I met my campus shluchim in Denver, Colorado, Rabbi and Rebbetzin Ort. And Rabbi Ort is also, he's alumnus of Hadar Torah, so they're in Denver. And I started off by going to their house for a few Shabbos meals, and I got a mezuzah put up, probably when I want to say I was like 20, 21. But I wasn't interested enough in the religious aspects, so that kind of fizzled out. And there was COVID, so the connection was almost lost. But Baruch Hashem, not completely, because a couple years later, my friend invited me to a Chanukah party on campus, and I didn't realize until I got there that it was hosted by the Orts. And so at that point, I had grown up more, and I had more of an appreciation for the religious aspects. And they from that point, they were back on campus after COVID, so they started hosting Shabbos meals every other week and sometimes more. And so I started going to every single one, and I started helping out with programming, and then I started going to Rabbi for personal advice, and eventually I started going to shul Friday nights also, and getting to fill in, etc., so on and so on, one mitzvah after the next, Baruch Hashem. And then, so the whole time, I was in a relationship with a non-Jewish girl, but I was also growing in Yiddishkeit, and it became very painful realizing that I couldn't share that with her. And I eventually started to see the signs. I became honest with myself. I knew Hashem wanted me to take a leap of faith and make myself a vessel for Torah in a Jewish family, and I'm sure that's a similar experience for a lot of guys in here. Eventually, that ended. It's one of the hardest things I had to do, but Baruch Hashem, totally worth it. And that gave me the freedom to start going to shul on Shabbos day. And shortly after that, I attended the Pagisha Shabbaton here in Crown Heights, which is coming up also next month, I believe. So it's been almost a year. And that's where I discovered the yeshivacation program at Hadar, and I went to that. I absolutely loved it. And Pagisha is also where I met Rabbi Gold and Moshe Glicken, and they told me about Tiferes, about the program, and that I could go full-time, which was totally foreign to me. It never occurred to me I could go to yeshiva, and I was super nervous, so thank you, and thank you, Moshe Glicken. You guys spent so much time on the phone with me, helping me calm down and talk me through it. Definitely made all the difference. And so yeah, I decided to come back full-time, and I knew the journey wasn't meant to end there, so I came back, I moved out of my apartment, flew back, and I've been here 8 months now. Best 8 months of my life. And so, I'll go into my second point. So, a lot of people wonder, why would a person want to live an observant life? And it's sometimes a hard question to ask because it's hard to communicate with someone who is in a completely different mindset. I remember I once brought a family member to a Shabbos meal at Rabbi Ort's house, and she said, I'm just not a fan of organized religion. And he said, well, you should see the rest of our house. It's very disorganized. If I had told myself a year ago, who at the time was about ready to be done with school forever or so, I thought, and that in a year I'd be living in a dorm in Brooklyn with no PlayStation, no car, no rap music, no Chipotle, and instead I'd be studying and praying 10 hours a day with a beard and a buzz cut, I think I would have fainted, honestly. But if I had told myself that I'd soon be living in a bustling Jewish community in one of the holiest places in the world, next to 770 in Crown Heights, and feeling like I finally know who I am, surrounded by friends and the wisest mentors, and that I'd be spending every moment doing a mitzvah, and I know how to read Hebrew and Yiddish eventually, and finally feel like a sense of belonging, and that there was more to life than what my environment was showing me, than what I had experienced in college and expectations that were kind of set around me, I would be overjoyed. And so, yeah, so that leads me to what I want to say now, which is that we learn in Likutei Sichos from Parshas Eikev, from a couple months ago, the concept of a midbar hagadol, a vast desert. So the Jewish people, they had to wander through a desert before entering Eretz Yisrael. It's a vast and dreadful desert with serpents and vipers, scorpions, and of thirst, because there's no water there. And these are all details of our present exile. And so the desert's not a place for people to settle, obviously. But we learn from the Sikha that when a person perceives this desert, which represents the world around us, as greater than we are, while they're perceiving Yiddishkeit as a small place, we learn out that that is the first descent of a person. This is the beginning of descent into exile from oneself. And we're actually we're not in exile spiritually. I mean, we are, but in a way, our souls are not in exile. It's just our bodies. So we always have the potential to be connected as much as possible. But a person that engages in this mindset is putting himself in galus from himself. And it's like when a person goes to Times Square and they look around and they say, "Wow, like, this is a life. This, this is what I need. Oh, I need that. I need to be like this, or this car, or whatever." So the Midbar Hagadol, it's only a vessel for the heaviest of klipa and of concealment. So it's not where the Shekhinah, the divine presence, chooses to dwell. So basically, we learn that a person shouldn't seek to make himself a vessel for this. And so I wanted to quote Rabbi Simon Jacobson's book. I was just looking at it the other day. Towards a Meaningful Life, And Rabbi, you said that the sexual revolution supposedly set people free, but you said, are you free or are you enslaved more than ever to your desires, more confused than ever by shifting standards? And this idea can be applied to all forms of physical pleasure, whether it's like money or food, which brings me to my last point, that the main Indian that I've learned in yeshiva so far, if I could sum it up all in one last thing, is that we learn in Chassidus that a person who is a vessel for Gashmias, who's full of desires and whose focus in life is pleasures and materialism, this person unfortunately is never fulfilled. And it's hard because if they didn't have a proper education in Yiddishkeit, it's all they know. So it's kind of hard to blame them on the one point, but we don't want to tease this person, we want to feel bad for them. But anyway, the point is that they're never fulfilled because a man's primary purpose in his life is a spiritual vita, and so therefore he'll never attain his physical needs because for him they're endless. And he makes no distinction between his needs in Gashmias and his needs in Ruchnias and spirituality. So when this person's focus becomes not so, through learning Chassidus and learning Torah and being involved in mitzvahs, and when everything he does in Gashmias is for the sake of elevating it to Ruchnias, this person will be considered an empty vessel, as the Sikha explains, because he's freed himself from his materialistic state. And so through becoming an empty vessel, he opens himself up to receive blessings in Ruchnias and spirituality, and to receive strength from above, to reach a state of Bli Gevil, which is without limitation. And the beauty of that is that it's connected to an infinite source, so he breaks his personal boundaries. And through that, he becomes whole, because he doesn't only make himself an empty vessel, but he's all, for Ruchnias, but it says that this person is promised that he'll also be blessed in the physical plane. So he can have both, but the Gashmias actually, it holds water. So he'll be blessed in both, and then he'll be whole. So with that being said, I just want to thank Teres Menachem. I want to thank Rabbi Gold, to everybody who makes it such an amazing organization, everybody who contributes, for the opportunity that you've given me, because this is what you're doing for all of these young people. And you're really giving us our life back. And you're taking us out of Galus individually and, Kol Yisrael as a whole. So that we're forever grateful. So thank you. Thank you.
All of that in 8 months. What do you say about that? Pretty amazing, right? By the way, if you want any refreshments back there, I see Rabbi Jacobson's here. Very shortly, we'll get to his keynote speak. We'll have a 15-minute break before he talks, so you can have a little refreshments. But that's amazing. I think Daniel might very well become a shliach on campus after all that discussion, right? Great. And our last student that I would like to bring up is David Brecken, and he's at Morristown right now. David, yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm David Brecken. I'm from Pasadena, California. The shliach who brought me to Morristown Yeshiva, his name is Rabbi Hershey Stulik. The rabbi of the community there is Rabbi Chaim Hanoka. It's really amazing what the shluchim are doing out there in the world, how they're affecting people's lives. I know for me personally, when I was in college, I was always looking and searching for something deeper. And I looked all over, like we've heard in many of the videos and many of the stories. I was looking in different religions, and I was looking at different studies and everything. And I never really found that place where I felt like myself and I felt like I was connected to my life. And then all of a sudden, I had a feeling that maybe I should explore the Jewish aspect of my life. So that's when I ran into Rabbi Hershey Stulik. He's the shliach on Caltech in Pasadena. And he invited me over to his house for Shabbos, and I really enjoyed it. And I started going to the shul there. It turned out I was just a block away. And we started learning together, halacha and chassidus. And I just opened up my eyes to the world of Torah and Torah true Judaism, and it was amazing. I never in my wildest dreams thought of going to yeshiva. It felt like a million miles away, a whole different life. Yeshiva was for people who grew up in the system. Yeshiva was for people who spent their whole life learning Torah. It wasn't for those who spent their life studying other pursuits and pursuing other things. But then Rabbi Stolik pushed me to go to yeshiva, and at that time, I'd already started keeping Shabbos and keeping kosher. I had a job, a full-time job as a mashgiach in a restaurant/grocery store, and I felt like I was growing in my Yiddishkeit, and I wanted to go to yeshiva, but I didn't think it was the right step for me. And like a lot of people who are connected to shluchim, I felt very hesitant to take that step to go to yeshiva. And Baruch Hashem, Rabbi Stolik pushed me again, and he said, David, I can tell that you're the type of person who would really benefit from yeshiva, and if you don't go now, you're going to probably live to regret it. So those words really stuck in my heart. And I encourage every shliach out there, if you feel like there's somebody in your community, doesn't matter how old they are or what gender they are, if you feel like their soul is crying for yeshiva, push them. Push them as hard as you can because they want to go. They just don't feel confident, and I want to give you the chizuk and the encouragement to go and do that. So my shliach said, let's just get you there. I don't care how we get you there, we'll figure it out. And I guess he had heard of the fund, Rabbi Gold's fund, and the Tiferes Menachem fund. And I went to Morristown, and I found out only later that I was being sponsored by the great fund of Rabbi Gold. And I felt so grateful. So I want to encourage everybody, if they get a chance to support monetarily, that would be incredible, because it's really a life-changing experience. You never know what's going to happen. One Jew is a whole world. So by saving one Jewish life and sending him to yeshiva or seminary, you're saving the whole world. And I want to encourage you all to do that and have a Ksina Toiva, Shana Tova Masuka, and we should all see the Gula Shlema Mikar Mamish.
Okay, there you have it, huh? 3 examples of our almost 80 students that we sent. By the way, I appreciate the gratitude they have for our fund. I am working hard. We are working with Moshe Glicken. We give kudos to him. He's doing great work over there, Moshe, Rabbi Hecht over there. But really, it's a partnership, and the biggest partners are the yeshivas and the shluchim. Because the yeshivas, first of all, while we give scholarships, they are raising big-time money and supporting their staff and their teachers, and really giving, they're giving their best and giving tremendous efforts and Mesiras Nefesh to support all their students, even more than our fund. We're not anything compared to the funds of the Morristown and Hadar Torah, what they're doing, their dedication and their staff, and all the salaries that they pay and their mortgages and all these things. So we want to, I appreciate the support, and we are the sponsor tonight, but let's remember that the key ones are the yeshivas and the shluchim that are getting the students there. So let's give a round of applause to them. And I want to say, we're going to talk about this. We're almost there, gentlemen, and then we're going to get to Rabbi Jacobson, but I think we've had a very interesting and hopefully enlightening program tonight. Put a lot of time into try to design something that would make it be interesting and inspiring for everybody. The expansion of the current yeshivas. Could we play the one on Mayanot? By the way, one more minute, Shmaryahu. Excited to mention that we've got some food in the back. If anyone takes a break over there, and then Rabbi Jacobson will be speaking shortly. So I want to say that right now, the good news and the exciting news is that Chabad Baal Tshuva yeshivas are going through amazing expansion, are in the process of doing amazing expansion for the hundreds and hundreds of students that are going to come to Mayanot, to Morristown, to Hadar Torah, to Tmimie Darech and Torah Or in Florida. Mayanot, and we're going to see it right now, has building the most incredible building in Jewish world. It will change world jewelry. It's in Gan Sakar in the middle of Yerushalayim. Beautiful location, a brand new building. I've toured it from basement to the rooftop. It's not open right this now. Hopefully, God willing, they'll have it open towards the end of this year, maybe, and for sure next year, God willing. It's unbelievable, and we're going to take a look at it. This building has 250 beds. We need to fill those 250 beds. And then we have Morristown. I spoke to Rabbi Herson, and we got to give thanks to Rabbi Herson Sr. and Rabbi Herson Jr., Mendy. unbelievable. And Rabbi Hecht and the Rabbi Wagner, the staff at Morristown, let's hear about it. It's incredible. They're building an unbelievable building there, expanding. I was out there this summer at their Smicha program and their new building, and I spoke to Rabbi Mendy Herson, and I said, Rabbi Herson, if we bring you a lot of students, how many can you handle without having to build another building? He said, Rabbi, bring me 120. He told me 120 students. So let's go for 120. So if you put 250 and 120, that's 370. And then we have we have 3 more yeshivas. Temimie Darech in Tzfas, a beautiful yeshiva. I was there this summer. They bought this beautiful, what used to be in a gorgeous Airbnb, and they turned it into a gorgeous campus. They can handle another 50 students. So we have Temimie Darech. So we're up to, what are we up to? The 370 and 50s. How much, Rabbi Hecht? You got the math degree. 370 and 50, I guess is 420. And then we have Hadar Torah, Rabbi Yaakov Silverstein. Let's hear it for Yaakov. Promised another 40 or 50 students that we can handle. So we're up to 450, 460. And then we have 50 students that we can handle down in Torah or. Rabbi Stauffer, let's hear it for Emmanuel Stauffer, who's building the Chabad outpost in the fast-growing area of Miami, Florida, that we can really all grow there and go there and have 50 people. He just bought a new 10,000 square foot property to expand on. So if I could just show 2 quick videos, and then we're going to go to Rabbi Jacobson. Here, the one on Mayanot. Take a look at this new building, Mayanot Building World Center. To Rabbi Shem Tov and Rabbi Gestetner. They're doing incredible work in the heart of Yerushalayim. As Rabbi Hecht, that's a new building that they're almost completing in Morristown, Rabbinical College. Look at that. Beautiful growth. And Temimie Darech, you have the one there.
Yeshiva Temimie Darech is located in the mystical mountaintop old city of Tzfat for nearly 15 years. Tzfat was always a center for Torah learning and has been home to some of the greatest spiritual masters of all time. YTD is firmly established as a premier Jewish learning center for young men who are looking to discover or rediscover their Jewish heritage. Since its inception, the yeshiva has been growing stronger every year.
The number of students we can enroll correlates not only to the quality of the learning program, but also to the comfort and attractiveness of the facility. Like our sages said, Dira noa marchiva daito shel adam. A beautiful dwelling broadens the mind.
Yeshiva Temimie Darech is moving to the most unbelievable, oasis-like property. It will meet and far exceed anyone's expectations. It is literally a dream come true to be able to experience yeshiva in a place like this.
By the way, that student there is one of our Tiferes Menachem scholars. That just from Temimie Darech. There's a picture of Torah Or in Miami that has just acquired a new property. And so we have 500 slots. And then the last one, I think, is Hadar Torah. Let's see the beautiful new base medrash, the beautiful new classrooms, and beautiful new dining room. Thanks. Let's give a round of applause to Rabbi Yaakov Silverstein for what he's doing, Rabbi Goldberg at Hadar Torah, Rabbi Pasternak up in Sfas, and Rabbi Gestetner and Rabbi Shem Tov in Mayanot. Look at that, gentlemen. Let's hear it. We have 500 slots to fill. Help us do that. And now I want to say, just put up one more thing. Is our hot food here yet? Is it come yet? Temimie, if you could just put up for us, Yishmaryahu, the one on our website, tiferesmenachempartners.org. Is it up there? This is our website, gentlemen. There's 7 ways you can join us, become partners. We're looking for, not the Bachram. The Bachram, you guys got your partnership is to learn. You're learning full time, and you got to your partnership is to be the best student you can be, absorb everything, the Ruchnius, Bagash means in Ruchni, but mostly Ruchnius of Chassidus and being in Tmimim in school right now, is being fully absorbed. But anybody else here can partner with 7 ways. Recruitment. Number 1, I can't see the screen, but recruiting. We are recruiting, actively recruiting. We were recently at AEPI, which is the largest Jewish fraternity in the United States, in New Orleans. I went down with Moshe Glicken and Itai Chrysler, and of course, Leib Kamoli, who's recently got married, and one of our Tiferes Menachem scholars, Leib. So we went down there. Do we have a video for that AEPI for a second? I think there's a brief one there that shows 400 students came there, leadership of AEPI, and they're asking for more Jewish content. One of the directors of AEPI came up and said, Rabbi, our kids need more Jewish content. That's the sign of what's going to happen, the growth. Look at these students.
If you're on the foundation staff, please stand up.
They're
You will notice that a lot of these people are wearing wonderful blue polo shirts.
The emptiness that the Rebbe spoke about earlier in that video, about the times in the hippies in the 60s and 70s when people were spiritually searching. The Jewish students here and the faculty were saying, we want more involvement. We need more Jewish content, because we can only have so many charitable drives for hospitals and things like that. They express their Jewishness in other ways, but they want content for us. So we can go recruit on campuses. We have 20 campuses we want to recruit on this year. Anybody that wants to join us feels confident that they can go on campus and recruit students. Send us your students. Send your recruit. We will pay all expenses for you to go to any of these universities that we're invited to. That we'll have at least 5, 10, 15 students that will be interested in learning in yeshiva, that you can go recruit there and speak about your experience, especially if you're a Baal Tshuva, your experience in how it changed your life, and you can join us in that. So you can sign up for any of these at our website, Tiferes Menachem. That was a picture at AEPI. In addition to that, if you have any friends, you have any relatives, you have any acquaintances that you want to send to us, then please do. Send them to Tiferes Menachem at our website. We will contact them. So send it to that. That's the way you can do it. And finally, on our social media, if you want to talk to students, we have 190 people that recently responded to us on social media. We didn't have the manpower to reach out to all of them. So if you want to do that, that would be great. So that's recruitment. Donors, the next stop. So we need students. The money will follow. Let's get our students. We need help. Bring us students. Remember Shimson Stock? We need your money. We need your money. Well, we need our students. So everybody join in and help out. So the other ways, of course, is mentorship, donations. You can go to this website, tiferesmenachempartners.org, and partner with us in donations, recruitment, Shabbos meals, shidduchim, mentorship. There's 7 all listed there. Become a donor. Click on. You have the details. We're trying to broaden our partnership and then be able to reach out and get those 500 slots. Thank you, everybody. And now we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear main speech tonight. Rabbi Jacobson will be speaking, and we're so fortunate to have him here as about the unique mission of the Baal Tshuva in bringing the Gula. Take a 10-minute break, everybody. The food should be in the back. Thank you for that. And thanks for everybody that's participated.
וקיבצתי מירכי סיורת הנני מביא יויסו מארץ צפוי וקיבצתי מירכי סיורת בואי וירופי סייע תורו ויולדת תסורו ויולדת יחדו בואי וירופי סייע תורו ויולדת תסורו ויולדת יחדו
Everybody, there is a request for Mariv. If there's anybody who wants to daven Mariv that hasn't, you can meet at the doors, the two doors. Hopefully you'll put a minyan together, and if not, we'll answer. Okay, everybody. I think we're going to have Rabbi Jacobson speak. Please feed, I guess we got another 5 minutes because the food just arrived. Maryahu, could we play Avram Fried concert? This is a recently released concert from a while ago. It's really something special, too. You'll hear it. In Hakhel spirit, Avram Fried. One more call for Mariv. Everybody, one more call for Mariv. I think we're getting a minion over there. Adam, did you daven yet? Yeah. Why don't you join in? Mariv at the door. Kuti, you can? We got a great chazan here. Kuti will be our chazan. In fact, he's such a good chazan. Kuti, can I daven a nadava? Mariv nadava? Everybody enjoy.
תודה רבה. תודה רבה. ערב טוב, שלום עליכם חברים, ידידים, שלום לך מוישה לאופר, ושלום ארצנו הקדושה. Shalom aleichem malachei ashoreis malachei elyoim hayay melech malchei hamelochim hakodosh baruch hu hayay shalom aleichem Hay malachei ashoreis Hay malachei elyon Hay mi melech malchei hamelochim hakodosh baruch hu אתם מוכנים, חבר'ה? לא שומעים. מוכנים? מוכנים? היי 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 שולוים עליכם מלאכי השורש בואי מלאכי אליוי אוי 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 מי מלך מלכי המלוכים היי הקודש ברוך הוא אוי בואי אחם לשולוים מלאכי השולוים מלאכי אליוי מלך מלכי המלוכים הקודש ברוך הוא הופה מויחם לשלוי מלכי השלוי מלכי אליוי מלך מלכי המלוכים הקודש ברוך הוא מויחם לשלוי מלכי השלוי מוי מלכי אליוי מלך מלכי המלוכים הקודש ברוך הוא Shalom, Malachi Shalom, Malachi Elyoy, Melech Malchi Hamelochim, HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Malachi Shalom, Malachi Shalom, Malachi Elyoy, Melech Malchi Hamelochim, HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu, Shalom, Malachi Shalom, Malachi Elyoy, Melech Malchi Hamelochim. הקודש ברוך הוא היצא איתכם לשולם מלאכי השולם ביחד מלאכי אליון היי ממלך מלכי המלוכים תורה הקודש ברוך הוא עוד פעם בבקשה היצא איתכם לשלום ואיפה אתם? היי מלאכי השורש היי מלאכי אליון היי ממלך מלכי המלוכים הקודש ברוך הוא היי 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 תשתם שלום מלאכי השלום אוי מלאכי אליון אוי 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 מלך מלכי המלוכים היי הקודש הקודש ברוך הוא לחיים. משה רבינו, כשהגיע לגיל 120, והיה צריך להחזיר נשמתו לבורו, הוא אומר פקודה לכל עם ישראל עד סוף כל הדורות. בסוף החומש הוא אומר לכל אחד ואחד, כי המצווה הזאת אשר אנוכי מצווך היום לא נפלאתי ממך ולא רחוקה היא, לא בשמיים היא ולא מעבר לים היא, אלא תדעו ותזכרו תמיד שקרוב אליך הדבר מאוד, בפיך ובלבבך לעשותו. וידבר מוישה hat uns so gesagt ben meyo vi esrim monoichi ayoim ich gei bald daroi finoi lo elioim hert was ich so gei chatzim das sag ich für jeden jüdisch Kind. Ki am mitzvo hazois hay asher onoichi tzadecho Loi nifleisi mimecho Veloi rechoyekohi Loi nifleisi mimecho Veloi rechoyekohi Loi bashamayim Hay veve ikocheyo lo nu Hay viashmiye nu oiso venaxeno Hay veloi 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 Ay baby ikocheyo lo nu Ay di yashmiye nu oiso loi nifleisi mimecha veloi rechoi kohi loi nifleisi mimecha veloi rechoi kohi koroi veilecho atovor meyoi veilecho atovor meyoi yoi meyoi koroi veilecho atovor meyoi veilecho atovor meyoi koroi veilecho atovor meyoi beficho vilcho kola soy 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 veloi rechoi kohi I loi nifleisi mimecho veloi rechoi kohi שיר הבא, תפילת מנחה של שבת שהלחין המלחין הידוע הרב ברוך צ'ט פה מארץ הקודש. נאי מנוחה סבו אוי רגו מנוחה.
Okay, everyone. Everyone, please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're very fortunate tonight to have Rabbi Simon Jacobson give a keynote address. I'm looking forward to it. I think all of us are. And, this is the right preparation for Rosh Hashanah. This gives us in the right spirit. And, just a few days more. We only have a few days of Hakhel. We're gathering together all our Avos Yisrael here. It's great to see everybody enjoying their friendships and renewing friendships. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Rabbi Jacobson. I think, fellas, take a seat, please. I want to start the program. We do have more food coming. Don't worry. And anybody that's listening, are we online still? Anybody that's listening online, please come on down. We're going to have a Farbrengen afterwards. Maybe Rabbi Lubavitch will also Farbrengen with us from Montreal. Longtime Rabbi in Morristown, taught a lot of students and changed a lot of lives, Rabbi. Thank you for coming. So we're going to have Rabbi Jacobson also Farbrengen, and we have more food coming. Anybody that's listening at home, come on down. We still have food for you, food for thought, spiritually, and food for eating, physically. So I want to. I don't really need to introduce Rabbi Jacobson. I do want to say something, guys. Please take your seats, and we want to get the speech on. We have people at home wanting to hear Rabbi Jacobson. I'm glad you're enjoying the food, and for Harchava, please drink your make a l'chaim for me, and get in the right spirits for the new year. Tavshin Pei Daled. And this should be the year of the Geula Shlema, the Giasgalus of the Rebbe Melech Mashiach. We should have it now. Thank you, Rabbi Greenberg, and hopefully for Farbrengen too. Thank you, everybody. Please sit down. Rabbi Jacobson, as we all know, Rabbi Jacobson is one of the Chosrim of the Rebbe. He memorized the Sichas and translated the Sichas and put the Sichas in Likutei Sichas in English, in Hebrew and Yiddish. And his book, we all know about his book called Torah Meaningful Life. I think it's clearly the best-selling book on Chabad's, the Rebbe's teachings in the world. I think it's close to 500,000 copies. 500,000 copies of Torah Meaningful Life. Let's hear it for that. That's really amazing. The way of getting the Rebbe's teachings out to the world. That's something special, really special. And how many languages, Rabbi, was it translated to? Over 20? Probably close to 20. 20 languages and all over the world. That's really something special. And right now, I can say on a personal note, I have had the schus of learning Ayin Beis with Rabbi Jacobson. For me, I joined this year about 8 years ago, and we've been learning every day, 6 days a week, generally an hour a day. I've learned in 8 years. Rabbi Jacobson's I've been teaching, I think, for 11 years, 11 or 12 years. Ayin Beis, it's the most, I would say only Tanya can compare it to the journey that we've taken in this, and it's a totally different type of journey than Tanya. It's the deepest hemshich in all of Chassidus. It's absolutely incredible to learn from him, and you can go online and see it, TorahMeaningfulLife.com, and it's on YouTube. You can follow along, and he gives, generally, if you want to check something out, you don't have so much time to hear all the shiurim, you can go to the Sunday classes. I'll give you a hint. Go to the Sunday classes, where Rabbi Jacobson generally does a review of the week, and be prepared to have your minds blown by it. I think everybody in our share has. I know everybody in our share has. So it's incredible, and God willing, within the next month, Rabbi Jacobson in our class will be making a siyum on Ayin Beis. 1,474 pages, 79 pages, I think something it is. Let's hear it for that, Rabbi Jacobson. Unbelievable, it's incredible. And he prepares. Let me tell you, he prepares. And when he says, I'm going to look something up, he looks it up. He'll bring in a Tzemach Tzedek, he'll bring in the Mittler Rebbe, he'll bring in an Alter Rebbe, and he'll delve into it until he makes it right. This is very, very deep things, incredibly life-changing ideas, and he lives with it. He lives with it day and night. And so that's such a special thing. And I finally want to say on a more personal connection for Tiferes Menachem Scholarship Fund is that maybe you have on your seats this booklet. It's on your seats here. It's called The Torah Secrets of the Redemption. And with how the Geula will transform your life and the world. And it's authored by Rabbi Simon Jacobson. And we have the schus, Tiferes Menachem, to be the partner with Rabbi Jacobson and encouraging him to write it. And it will, actually, when it comes out, it will be under Tiferes Menachem Scholarship Program. This is a curriculum. Listen to this. This is a curriculum. It's never been done in the entire world. It's going to be literally a game changer in understanding Geula and Mashiach for the wider audience out there. It's written for university students. Obviously, we can learn it too. In English, 33 weeks, a semester course with a book for the teachers, a teacher's guide to teach it, and a textbook for the students, bringing the Rebbe's teachings about Geula Mashiach in halacha, in midrash, and mostly, of course, in Chassidus, in Navi, in Rambam, Sichas. It's going to put it all together, and I think this is really going to be something that is going to change the world and inspire the world to bring the Geula quicker. So we're very proud to have Rabbi Jacobson with sponsor this, and Mir Tashem, it should come out very shortly. Thank you so much, Rabbi Jacobson. And now for our keynote address from Rabbi Jacobson on the unique mission of the Baal Tshuva and bringing the Geula. And I'll just say that after Rabbi Jacobson Farbrengen, we'll have some more food is coming, so don't worry. And then we're going to break in quickly into a Farbrengen afterwards. And I understand Morristown is leaving at 1 o'clock, so maybe we can push the clock back. You know how the Alter Rebbe, when he learned with the Malach, right? With the Malach, you changed the clock. So maybe you guys can stay to 2 or something. But anyway, we're going to 1 o'clock in the morning. Online, people will join us for a Farbrengen with Rabbi Jacobson. If anybody wants to Farbrengen with Rabbi Lubavitch or Rabbi Greenberg, on the other side of the room, we're going to put tables up there. We're going to have a mechitza, so you'll be able to Farbrengen there, reconnect with your Rebbe from school days, from yeshiva days. All the Farbrengens will be recorded, and all will be posted on our site. We have 2 main sites: Tiferes Menachem Partners, part of Tiferes Menachem Partners.org, as well as TiferesScholars.org. The Rabbi Jacobson's Farbrengen, as well as this whole evening, will be posted on both of those websites. So you won't lose out if you go to a Rabbi Lubavitch or Rabbi Greenberg. Farbrengen in the back, and it will be recorded. Rabbi Jacobson's will be recorded, so you'll be able to hear later what they said at this special evening. So without any more to do, let's hear it for Rabbi Jacobson.
Thank you, Rabbi Gold, all distinguished rabbis here, all distinguished souls, neshamas, chelik elikam and mal mamish. It's a great honor to commune together with kindred spirits, and thank you for the honor and for your kind words. So, what I'm trying to do, I think, there's often some of the greatest innovations and contributions in Torah in general, and especially in the Chassidus, are often overlooked because we can get caught up in the details and forget about the foundation. Like, how many of us even know what the foundation of this building looks like? It's invisible, it's under the ground, and it's not very necessarily fancy, but without it, the building wouldn't stand. And you could say the same thing about the general state of affairs of the Jewish people, especially in what we call the Dara, the Ikvasa, the Mashiach, which means literally the generation of the footsteps of Mashiach. But Ekev, Ikvus, also means the heel, meaning the heel of history, that we are like in a long process. So if Adam Arishon, Adam was the Reish, the head, and then the generations, the subsequent generations all traveled, so to speak, the cosmic body of history. And we are the Ekev, which means the end of the process. So to understand our personal mission, understand our personal role in life, it's critical to step back and understand what is the mahus, the personality, the essence of what defines our times. And you could say that it is the age of the Baal Tshuva. So it's not just a matter of, okay, that there were Jews born, what they call FFB, whatever that means, and people who are exposed from young age to Torah, mitzvahs, and Shabbos, and Kashrus, and everything Yiddishkeit stands for, and many that were not, most in our generation. So we have an obligation to reach every brother and sister. We're all one family, and we're not complete without each other. But there's a far bigger question than that. How did God allow it to come to a situation? Rabbi Gold is so good with statistics. sounds like from your university years, with the Pew Institute and all these numbers. The truth is the Rebbe never really took numbers so seriously. Not that they aren't accurate, but it can be depressing when you go purely by numbers. But the bigger question is, how does Hashem, in His mysterious ways, allow for a generation situation in the last few hundred years, and it's only a few hundred years, to have that from a time where 99.9, I would say even 100% of the Jewish people grew up in completely Torah environments 500 years ago. The only exceptions would be, God forbid, those that were literally Meshumadim, who went and got baptized, Rahman al-Islam, and that was a minority of a minority. That was the only way out, so to speak. And now you turn the clock in just a few centuries, not thousands of years, and you have today almost the opposite, with the rates of intermarriage and assimilation. And we know you can't blame any individual, you can't blame anyone. God allowed it to happen. What is the deeper meaning of that? And how do we understand it in context? And this is a question for all of us. Whether you're a tzaddik, a Baal Aveira, or a Baal Tshuva. Well, I remember sitting at a table, my father-in-law, someone said, he said, you ready for a shidduch? He says, yeah, but he doesn't want to marry a Baal Tshuva. So my father-in-law said to him, so then you only have other option is a Baal Aveira. And with all respect to the Baal Tshuva, we all know that Baal Tshuva doesn't mean that you're a perfect human being exactly. It's just a term. Frankly, from a halachic point of view or from a spiritual point of view, a chassidish point of view, it's not so simple. There was Chassid Rav Mendel Morozov, son of the famous Chanya Morozov, who was a chaver and learned with the Frierdiker Rebbe when they were young, Chassidim of the Rebbe Rashab. So when his daughter got engaged to someone that's classified as a BT, so they told her, Mendel, you come from such gezha, from such pure blood, you're like a blue blood chassid. How are you letting your daughter marry a Baal Tshuva? So he said, you know something, I had that question myself. I did a little research, and I found out he didn't do that much tshuva. So this is not, I don't want to take away, if you carry this proud banner, I'm not trying to take anyone away from it, but when you learn a little chassidus, start learning about tshuva, you know, oh boy, that's a whole other level. But we'll talk about that more. So really, this is a question for all of us, to understand the times in which we live. And I think when you go back to that klotz kasha, that very fundamental question, what defines our times, you can come away with a whole different take and understanding, appreciation of Chassidus in general, and specifically of the Der Hashvi, the seventh generation, which the Rebbe coined the last generation of Golus and the first of Geula. And there's no question that the word Baal Tshuva plays a central role in this for all of us. I'll talk about it some more soon. But there's a Maimer Chazal in Zohar, and my Morich Chassidus that talk about this at length, that Mashiach asal asavet tzaddikai b'tiyufta. That when Mashiach comes, Mashiach will come to bring tzaddikim back through tshuva, to make a tzaddik a Baal Tshuva. Big statement. And why would a tzaddik need to become a Baal Tshuva? The whole point of a tzaddik is he didn't need to be a Baal Tshuva because he is already there. So what does this mean? So there's an entire discourse from the Alter Rebbe himself, and then from his son, the Mittler Rebbe. And since Rabbi Gold mentions Ayin Beis, volume 3 of Ayin Beis, a big part of it is based on this memorim of Asal Asavet Tzaddikai B'Tiyufta, Mashiach Asal Asavet Tzaddikai B'Tiyufta. So when you start looking a little closer, you see it's not just some type of activist movement. We have to save lost souls, or we have to save those that are Tenekish and Nishbu, that grew up in captivity and don't know better. That's obviously Pekuach Nefesh. You want to save every soul and every person that you can reach. It's a basic obligation of Avos Yisrael and basic menschlichkeit. But it's much bigger than that, because you see it's Mashiach's role. That's how the Zohar defines Mashiach's big chiddush. What does it even mean? So, there's a story where they say that the Alter Rebbe, when he went to Shklov, was a big city of tremendous scholars. And the Alter Rebbe, who himself was an unbelievable scholar, he was actually called a Litvak by his colleagues. Yeah. So we have the founder of Chassidus Chabad is a Litvish Yid, a Litvak, for his intellectual scholarship. And when he had to make the choice whether he should go to Mizrich, to the Mizrich of Magid, or he had options to go to some of the bigger yeshivas in the Litvish world, so he chose Mizrich. And the reason was because learning, he learned. Obviously, there's always more to learn, but he didn't know how to daven. And Mizrich, he wants to learn how to daven. So when he went to Shklov, was like I said, a big scholarly city, and they gave the opportunity to the Alter Rebbe to present a drosha, a pilpul, and you can imagine that he presented something that was probably quite mind-blowing, and yet he felt that he didn't necessarily penetrate and reach into their hearts and souls. So the story, there are different versions of it, but briefly goes that the Alter Rebbe, sensing that, is when he said, and the Rebbe repeated this a number of times, but once we even have it on the recording, Purim Tavshin Chai, Purim 1958, where the Rebbe said, the Alter Rebbe said with a nigun, Tamaru Kitoiv Havaya, Versucht und seht, as the Rebbe is good. Taste and see that God is good. And he said it with a nigun, which I'm sure I didn't capture, that caused hundreds of scholars to follow him. That grabbed their hearts and souls. The nigun. Because as we know, a song can reach into places sometimes that words just simply are not adequate. So, in a seemingly very well known in Chabad lore and Chabad history, we know the Rebbe taught nigunim, songs, for a number of years, 9 years, from Tavshin Tazayin through Tavshin Chof Dalet. Basically, Simchas Torah, after Hakofes the second night, the Rebbe would come down later it was downstairs, before it was upstairs, and the Rebbe would get up on a bench or on a table, 5 o'clock in the morning. This is after a whole night of dancing. And the Rebbe would have a l'chaim, give out l'chaim to anyone who's going to increase in learning Chassidus. And then he would either tell a story or a parable and then teach a nigun. And the Rebbe taught nigunim. Every year one nigun. The last year, the Tavshin Chavdal would be 1963. And it began in 1954, 55. It's actually in Tavshin Chavdalad. The Rebbe said that there was definitely some form of prophecy. He said, since we don't know what will be next year, I'll teach 2 nigunim. And the next year actually was the Histalkus, the passing of the Rebbe's mother. And that's when the Rebbe stopped. He didn't continue teaching these songs. So among the songs the Rebbe taught are 2 versions of Kiyano Amecha, what we sing on Yom Kippur. One he taught in Tavshin Yud Zayin, which is the equivalent of 1956, Simchas Torah 1956. And the second was Tavshin Chavdalad that year, 1963. And when the Rebbe taught these 2 songs, he's explained in 1963 that the first Kiyano Amecha is a Kiyano Amecha for Tzadikim. And the second Kiyano Amecha is the Kiyano Amecha for Bali Tshuva. And he explained actually the movements of the song. So the first one we all know, that's the one we actually sing by davening. Kiyanu Amecha. No, I'm sorry, the other way around. Kiyanu Amecha Ve'yato Elokeinu. That's the Tzadikim one. And Bal Tshuva one is Kiyonu Amecha V'yato Elokeinu Anu Vanecha V'yato Avinu. And the Rebbe explained the very sound itself, the very tenuous, the movements were very different. So you have, yes, you could say just a song and a little story, but it's not, nothing's by accident. Actually, the Rebbe taught two movements, two songs that capture a different way of approaching it. And just to drive the point home more, we also have two Tzomah Nafshis. One that the Rebbe taught, not Simchas Torah, this was more 1954, Tafshin Yadalet, famous Tzomah Nafshi the Rebbe sings very often. Tzomah Nafshi. And oh yeah, we could do it. Kamal Psali, Be'eretz Yoviv, Bli Moim. Ya 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 you know, ya 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 you know, ya ya nara nara nara, ya 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 you know, ya na you know, ya ya nara nara ya ra. Kein ba kodesh chazi. Sicha lireis uscha chavadecho Again ba'kodesh Chazi sicha lireis uscha chavadecho Again ba'kodesh Chazi sicha lireis uscha Chavadecho Yama Mama Yanom Ya 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 Yano Ya ya Narai Narai Ya Narai Yo Yama Yanano Yana Yanano Ya ya Narai Narai Yanano. That's of course the Tshuva Tzomah Nafshi. And as a matter of fact, at one Farbrengen once, I heard, it was in the earlier years, when they were singing it, the Chassidim sang it with some type of like extra hadgasha, it's called, extra emphasis. Like they said, Kain, Ba'kodesh, Chazi, Sicho. And the Rebbe said, a nigan for Nabal Tshuva is glatt, unquetched. It's not like a chazan, a cantor that's given us all the different inflections, and it's a kel poshet. So you say, Kain, Ba'kodesh, Chazi, Sicha, Lireis, so on. Smooth, so to speak, without all the detours. Okay, so that's then the Rebbe did teach, I believe it was, when was the second Tzomah Nafshi taught? Maybe, Tafshin, not your test, maybe Tafshin Chai, I'm not sure. That one, I don't remember what year. And we all know it, you know. Hey, Tzomah L'cha, we can listen to it. Come L'cha, Absari. Come L'cha, Nafshi, come Hooray. Durin Marco, Tati Yajishtaya Marco. Vayish Nepradai, Famto, Echdi, Durin Marco. So there you right away see from the movement, you don't need to be have a lot of imagination. That is definitely more of a tzaddik song than a Tzomah Nafshi that's crying the thirst of the soul. So you see here 4 nigunim that the Rebbe himself taught or definitely sang. That one is the kav, the track of a tzaddik, one the track of a Baal Tshuva. And I'm sure the song itself can teach us a lot. So what does the Baal Shem Tov say about Tzomah Nafshi? What does he say? He says this unbelievable explanation. Because, okay, Tzomah Nafshi means my soul thirsts for you. Because Be'eretz Sea of Oyef, I'm in a dry and arid, desolate land. Be'eretz Sea of Oyef. B'li moyim, without any water. Parched. So I'm extremely thirsty. And then it continues, came by Kodesh, and so too when I'm in Kodesh, amidst holiness, not in the wilderness, not in the desert. I should see you, I should gaze at you, I should enjoy you. So what's the Cain? What's the connection of the first phrase with the second half? So the Baal Shem Tov says that Cain has to be read halavai. Not Cain as similar, but halavai, may it be that with the same passion that I thirsted for you and longed for you and pined for you when I was thirsty, that when I'm not thirsty and I'm sated and I feel filled up, I should still have that same thirst, the same passion. Now there's a passion that can only come, we heard it in some of the videos that were shown here, that could only come from someone who's really experienced thirst. Only when someone has been deprived can they appreciate certain things, which is such a fundamental principle in general. So I should mention, I'll talk about it again some more soon, in our generation, we call it a generation of recovery generation or healing. It's all about that. It's about what you learn when you're lacking something. So essentially a tzaddik represents a life of divine service, but not experiencing that arid, that desolate, distressed place of tzomalacha, or min ha-meitzar, karosi, that we call from our distress, from our dire or narrow straits. Okay, so what we see from this is that so-called the concept of tshuva, the concept of Baal tshuva, is fundamental. And not just because, as I said, our generation happens to be one that so many are assimilated. Because if you really think about it, even 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, by Matan Torah, tshuva is not a creation of the 20th century. It's a mitzvah in the Torah. There are different opinions, what kind of a mitzvah exactly, but it's a mitzvah. And it goes back all the way to psukim, verses in the Torah. And Maimer Chazal b'mokim shebal tshuva em dimein tzadikim gemurim yechelim lamad sham. Then the place of a Baal tshuva tzadik cannot is a Maimer Chazal in the Gemara. And there weren't that many Baal tshuva then. There were gerim, but Baal tshuva was not necessarily a common thing. There were definitely no campuses, and no Chabad on campus yet. So let's talk about this a bit more. And I think, Jews love to answer questions with questions. So I'll throw in a few more questions, if I may, with Rabbi Gold's permission. So here's the big question that everyone asks, every chassid asks. Here we are, almost 30 years from Gimel Tammuz. So if you need a tzom halacha for a chassid, it's very clear. The 30 years, almost 30 years, that none of us have seen the Rebbe physically. At least I haven't met anyone that claims they have. And, or heard the Rebbe physically. So for a chassid, that's a big thirst. I mean, I could speak as a chayzer from the year, it's already more than 30 years. It's 32 years since Chav Zayin Adar, when the Rebbe had a stroke. And that dark Monday evening, the week after Parsha Vayakel, on the 27th of Adar, when the Rebbe had the stroke, and after that, we have not heard the Rebbe speak since. So that's a pretty, it's Eretz Sea of Oyef for us. And the big question, whether some ask it or some are afraid to ask it or some have stopped asking, is what's going on? What's the game plan exactly? I don't like to say irreverent things, but this is on many people's minds. So what does this mean? That another 30 years? I mean, and what have we done and what have we not done? What could we do? And what about all the promises that the Rebbe made? We also know what the Rebbe said, that he gave it to us. He said, I did everything I can, now do what you can. Tut alles was ihr kennt. The classic famous Sicher Chav Ches Nissen Tafshinun Aleph. We're talking now, that's 33 years ago. So I'd like to submit that though I'm not here to give answers for things that are the mysteries of life, and especially the mysteries of Hel and Behester and Tzimtzum and concealment, I would say that we don't have answers for these things, just like we don't have an answer I don't want to compare it, but you compare it to the Holocaust. There's some things better not to try to answer. And not even if we try, it's not going to help anyway. Shtoik kachol b'machshava. We know the ultimate answer for some of the darkest situations is silence. So I'm not going there. But I do want to address something that the Rebbe trained us in, and that is, we don't ask why. We ask, what are we going to do about it? That's always the Rebbe's response. Why? If Hashem wants us to know why, He'll let us know, and if it's Negei Torah Veda, He'll explain it to us. But what are we going to do about it? As long as we are here, we have a mission called Vayiso. We need to march forward. We were given marching orders. We don't understand many things, but we know what the marching orders are. So what are we supposed to do? And how do we wrap our head around all of this? So what I'd like to suggest is that if you want to really understand the panorama and the context, the perspective of all of this, we have to go back to what I mentioned earlier, the age of tshuva, the age of the Baal Tshuva. So let me put that into a broader context. The Alter Rebbe in Torah asks a very basic question. Doesn't really ask it so directly, but he answers, and you can see that's the issue he's addressing. And that is this: if Adam and Chava, and we're coming to Rosh Hashanah in a few days, what's Rosh Hashanah? Is the birth, the collective birth of the human race. Adam and Chava were created on the sixth day of creation. The days before, on the 25th of Elul, the world was created, but 6 days later, the man was created in the divine image. Yeah, sure. Is this laced? Okay. L'chaim, l'chaim. Okay. Plain water. Plain water. So they were placed in Gan Eden, la'avda l'shamra, to serve and protect, to fulfill the purpose of creation, which is to make a dir b'tachtenim, a home for the divine in this material world. A home, a garden, to take the garden that they were given and make it blossom and flourish, even beyond what was created. But they were tempted, and they were challenged, they were given free will, and they had to deal with a serpent, and they had to deal with a Yetzer Hara. And they ate from the tree of knowledge. But had they not eaten from the tree of knowledge, it says clearly in the Torah they would have lived forever, which means Mashiach would have come immediately. And not only that, you wouldn't even need Chis HaMesim because there'd be no death in the world. So the obvious question is, had Mashiach come then, what exactly will be achieved if Mashiach comes now? Just a few thousand years later, 5,000 to be exact, 5,783 years later. So all this suffering that we've done is what, just to get back to what they would have achieved? Is there anything added? What's the difference how they would have, so to speak, refined the world and how we refine the world? Do you think it's a big question? And the Alter Rebbe answers with an example. He gives the example that when you want to gather sparks together, let's say there's scattered sparks everywhere. So there's two ways to do it. One is you have to go to each particular location and find that spark and bring it back to so-called and unite it and integrate it with a whole. But there's another way. If you have a tremendously powerful torch, an avuka gdela, very powerful flame, strong enough, it can draw all the sparks to it, like we see. If you have a big flame, and it's strong enough, it may not be able to reach miles away, but you see, fire draws to fire. You see, as flames come together, they become like one. So he says, basically, I'm explaining it with my morim from Shari Eira, from the Mittler Rebbe and other places, that Adam and Chava were such powerful souls. Remember, they were the collective souls of everybody on earth. So 8 billion people on earth were all in the neshamas of Adam Echad. You have to also remember that all the Yetzaharas of 8 billion people were in them as well. That's why it was so difficult, because the stakes were high. So their neshamas, had they done what was right, they would have been in Gan Eden. They would have drawn all the what Kabbalah Chassidus talk about, the Netzutze Kedusha, the holy sparks that scattered after Shviras HaKelim, the shattering of the containers that were all over the world, everywhere. Gan Eden, according to most opinions, is somewhere modern day southeastern Iraq. Yeah, of all places. So that would have gathered the sparks from everywhere, from Mesopotamia, from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, America. That's the way it would have been. I'm adding, the Alter Rebbe doesn't use those terms. It would have been what Chassidus calls Mamayla Lamata, a birur Mamayla Lamata. Their power would have drawn everything. Since they didn't do it, so what do you do next? Next step is, okay, 2 people couldn't do it, they will have children, and those children will now divide the responsibilities. You know, if you give someone a mission, a job, and they can't do it themselves, you give it to 2 people. You give it to 4 people. And there goes essentially the Hasidic way of understanding the transmigration and the population growth of the world. That from 2 people, Adam and Chava, became 4 people, 6 people, and not only more people, but these people also traveled outside of Garden Eden. And essentially, all of history is a story of every generation not finishing the job, so now you have to give it to more people, and you have to now go out and get it, because it's not going to come to you. And that's what happened. Avram Avinu at some point goes to Eretz Yisrael. So now in Eretz Yisrael, maybe they can achieve it there. That was not enough. So then they have to end up in Mitzrayim. And then after Mitzrayim, 40 years in the wilderness, and then they end up in Eretz Yisrael again and build a Beis Hamikdash. I'm going quickly through history here. By Rishon, by Sheni, all attempts that every generation perhaps will be the one that will create enough divine light that will be mavarer and refine the rest of the world. But all that still did not achieve. So what essentially is Golus? Golus is mipnei chatenu golina martzenu. It's not just physical displacement, it's spiritual displacement. So now we have to go out of the Holy Land into the countries, Echad mehem gola lebarbaria, Echad lesarmatia, where the Jews began to migrate to Babylon, to the countries, the Middle Eastern countries, and then to the northern countries, and to Europe. Why do you think the Rebbe makes such a big thing about 1940 when the Frierdiker Rebbe settles in America? I mean, he first he had to leave the former Soviet Union, then he ends up in Europe, and then he ends up in America. So what's the big thing? So the Rebbe says, Chatzi Kadra Tachten, the place where Matan Torah did not happen in a revealed way. And that's like a historical watershed moment. What's the watershed moment? Because Chatzi Kadra Tachten was yet another stage in history that since we couldn't achieve it from the Chatzi Kadra Elyon, the higher hemisphere, Momayel Lamata, again, we have to do it Momata Lamata. So basically, to sum up, the story of history is that we're always given the opportunity to achieve something from the top down. If it doesn't work, then you have to go down and work much harder, because it's much harder to bring it up from the bottom up. However, as the Mittler Rebbe elaborates, when it comes from the bottom up, it's far more integrated, far more called Oizgearbeit, because you made an effort. When someone gives you a gift, that's beautiful, but it doesn't compare when you initiate on your own. A person has more pleasure, one measure that you earn on your own, than 9 measures that someone gives you as a gift. Or in the language of Chassidus, Asrusa Delela is a beautiful thing. A gift from above, God awakens us, He inspires us. But when the inspiration comes from you, it may not be as intense and doesn't have the same firepower, but it's yours. And when it's yours, it's what we call the Pnimius. So had Adam and Chava brought Mashiach, the Geula would have been much more of a makivdika one. much more from the top down, it wouldn't have saturated and been internalized and pierced the very nature of tachtenim and existence. So it's another discussion. Was that God set it all up to make sure that all the generations would come? Did we really have choice to bring the Geula back then? But one thing is for sure, that today, after all these generations, and all the suffering, and all that we've gone through, and all the transmigrations, and all the countries we've traveled to and been expelled from, and been persecuted, and killed, and massacred, and so on, has created a tremendous bottom-up, grassroots refinement that has transformed the world. That when Chassidus talks about Adir v'Tachtenim from within, we don't have more within than it is now. Because we're not in a Beis Hamikdash, in a holy temple in Jerusalem, and spreading light outward. We're in the, what do we call it, in the trenches, and in dark trenches. What do you think all this is in one word? A tzaddik is mamayla lamata, and a Baal Tshuva is mamata lamayla. That's what it comes down to. Had other mechava not eaten from Eitz Hadas, they would have remained tzaddikim. And through their tzidkus, through their divine light, they would have refined the world. But then that didn't work, so now they have to become a Baal Tshuva. And that's exactly what happens that Shabbos when they pray and they repent and they look for atonement. The first Rosh Hashanah, that's what they did. They spent asking for forgiveness for what they did. They thought they destroyed the world. So this, in essence, essentially you can say history is either the story of tzaddikim, which would have been Maila Lamata from the top down, or it's a story of refining it from the bottom up. So I'm not just trying to I don't want to take away the exclusive title of any of you who might think you're a professional Baal Tshuva, but history itself, where we are right now, this is a Tshuva generation in the deepest way, because that's what Tshuva means, return. You don't return unless you left something. If we left Gan Eden and we went into Golus, you have something to return to. So the Tzomalocha Nafshi is a critical piece in this process, because when you thirst and long and it comes from within you, your distress, there's nothing like that. That is transformative. That's not a gift. That means you paid your dues. Which explains that famous story. It's a little mysterious story, but the Rebbe has explained it a number of times. But everyone, I'm sure, knows the story. I'll just repeat it briefly. Where the Mittler Rebbe had a dream that disturbed him terribly, came to the Alter Rebbe. And briefly, what was the dream? He dreamed about, he saw a river. And then he saw three people. And one person walked on a what do we call it? Like a piece of wood, a plank on the river. And he kept on, and it was very dangerous because the raging waters almost dragged him down. It was very shaky. And the second person then told the third person to walk, they went further on another river, and he walked on a plank, and he walked all the way across to the other side. And the Mittler Rebbe knew there was some deeper meaning behind this. So the Alter Rebbe told him he should daven, he should say some Tehillim, and then come back to him. And the Alter Rebbe told him the three people you saw was the Baal Shem Tov, who the Alter Rebbe called Zayda, his grandfather, and my Rebbe, the Maggid, and myself. And what happened was the Maggid was the first person who walked. The Maggid made tzaddikim. So tzaddikim is an unbelievable thing. But still, the Baal Shem Tov showed him, because you haven't transformed them, it's not from the bottom up, the rivers, if they start raging, they are a risk. And the Alter Rebbe said, and I was taught to make Balei Tshuva. And the river that I walked over were the tears of the Balei Tshuva who paid heavy prices by crying out of their thirst. And there you walk on a plank that is secure, because you know that when a person has not been tested, you don't know what will be. To use a halachic example, if you have a contract with someone, a shtar contract, and it's not been appealed or challenged, okay. So it's a contract until somebody challenges it. Shtar sheyotza lav irur means a contract that has been challenged or appealed. So you bring it to an appeals court. If they uphold it, you no longer can challenge this shtar, this contract. It's forever. It's like in our Lahavdil to the Supreme Court. Once you've gotten there, that's the final ruling. There's no more. So interestingly, is the challenge that makes the contract stronger. Because if it wasn't challenged yet, you could say, we don't know what would happen with this person. He was never tested. Put him in under certain dire circumstances, you may find out he can't withstand the challenge. But a Baal Tshuva, a person who's been tested, doesn't mean he's perfect, but you can rely because he's been through the fire. And, I mean, to use a cliche, that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's from a pasuk in Shmois, Kashayano Esam, Ken Yirba v'Chen Yifritz, as they were oppressed. In direct proportion to that, they blossomed, they flourished. Because when it's transformed from within, that is total. In the words of the Alter Rebbe, you can take a thief and to put others out of his range of danger, you put him in prison. What have you achieved? Damage control. He can't hurt anyone. But if you rehabilitate him and you educate him, not only that, he can actually become a force for good and help rehabilitate others. That's transformation. So it's not just avoiding and it's just refraining, it's transformation. And the Alter Rebbe identified himself, founder of Chabad Chassidus, as the ultimate strength of Baal Tshuva. So what do you see from all of this? You see that the times in which we live, this generation, and I say really the last generations, from the time when Chassidus started being revealed, there was a reason. Because L'mayla Lamata, teaching people halacha, teaching people Torah, in an insulated, immunized environment of a shtetl, where there are no outside influences, you can get away with that. And Yechidei Gula, a few individuals knew Primis HaTorah. You could pick up Yiras Shamayim, a reverence of God, from the smell of the chicken soup in your grandmother's kitchen in a shtetl in Europe or in the Sephardic countries. I don't know if they had chicken soup, whatever, Yemenite soup. Just to cover all our bases here. But once the winds of assimilation began to blow, and Jews were no longer insulated like that. Now they have a whole world out there, offering all kinds of enticing and seductive offerings, whether in science or in the pleasures of this world. Look what happened. So now it's no longer enough just to have the tzaddikim attitude. No, we need to empower individuals with a deep sense of neshama and spirituality, because there's no way they're going to withstand these rivers, these raging rivers. Need to teach people how to connect to God, even in a secular world, and when there are plenty of distractions. You mentioned before, people being married to their careers or being married to whatever their desires and so on. No longer, you can't just rely, let's be mamshech That was beautiful in Gan Eden. That's beautiful in the time of Beis HaMikdash. But we're no longer in that time. Now it has to come from within. And now, to use, since we've been learning it recently, language from Ayin Beis Chassidus, we need to teach the Nefesh Habamis to love God. You can't just say, okay, the Nefesh Alakis will go to Shul Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur and will overwhelm and overpower the animal soul. Animal soul has too much power today, has too many offerings. All you need is this. The Nefesh Habamis has all that it needs. You're not going to compete with this by just saying, hey, let's go learn a little Torah or do a mitzvah. So you need to explain, and that's so much what Chassidus Chabad especially does, that the Nefesh Habamis, mipsarei echza lakah, that your very flesh, your very body, and your very physical being is all a mashal, is all a channel, is all a vehicle to relating to godliness, which essentially is the concept of transformation from within. That's, in other words, tshuva. Not hamshacha, but halah. Not drawing down from a higher place, but transformation from within. So the Alter Rebbe designates that he, compared to the Magid, there's a reason for the Magid, you need a time for tzaddikim, but the Alter Rebbe realized that you need more than that, especially preparing us for what would come. So if you want to think of the Rabbeim, and this can be a Farbrengen for nights, not just one night, this is what the Rabbeim essentially did. Generation after generation, they preparing, giving us the resources and the tools to explain even to an animal soul and even to a scientific mind and even to a so-called democratic free world of open inquiry and open-mindedness and all that, that even on those terms, God is not only not a threat, but God is able to transform that as well. Because that was one of the big things. Hashem Echad. We say, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. What does Echad mean? Not just there's one God, there's one reality. When there were the Jews that broke off, and some of their names were mentioned before, I don't want to give anyone labels, and they said a Jew at home and a goy in the street. They tried to bring the best of both worlds. You know, I'll be a secular person in the street. In my home, I'll be a Jew. But it didn't work. Because what happens when there's a conflict? What happens if your neighbor invites you to a Christmas pork dinner? Is that your home or is it the street? You know? And then there was another group that broke and created their own insulation. We'll create our own ghettos, our own blinders. The material world is dangerous. When the Rebbe first allowed them to teach Tanya on radio, there was an uproar. There were many frum Jews that said, what do you mean, the radio? Radio has all kinds of other stuff. People are going to listen to the radio. They can change the channel, and who knows what they're going to hear. And in general, the Rebbe's embrace of technology, not because technology is, because the Rebbe saw technology, it's God's tools that he's giving us, and if you use it right, you can transform the world with it. Again, transformation. So that is the hallmark, and that's the essence of what Chassidus came to do, that transformation. And yes, that means tshuva. More than any other word, it's captured in that concept. That means entering, and a neshama comes down lamata, down below, in the darkest of worlds, to do what? To transform this world, not to escape this world, not to run back to the mountain, but to turn this world into a springboard of divine transformation. That's what it's about. So the Alter Rebbe's words and the Rabbeim say, Lo kitah sa'elam, not like the mistake of the world that says tshuva is only on an avera, on a chet. That's on a basic level. Yes, someone did something wrong. They have remorse, charot ala ovar, regret on what they did, kabbalah teva ala haba, good resolution for the future. The main tshuva, he says, ruach toshav elokim asher nasana, that the spirit, that the neshama reconnects to the divine that became concealed when the neshama came down below. That's the whole thing. That toshuv, that is exactly what Aveda is. Now in that, there are many levels. You can do it more, as I said, mamay lamata, from the top down. You could do it from the bottom up. So when you think of it in that context, and you understand the Rebbe's emphasis from day one, more than all the Rabbeim before, that we have to go out and reach every Jew where they are. Of course, on one hand, there was the pekuach nefesh part of saving a Jew's life, saving a soul. But it was also the ultimate culmination of hundreds and thousands of years, and now we must do it from the bottom up. So to avoid our brethren and say, you know what, let's just save the ship of the frum Jews after World War II and give up on all the secular Jews, is not just wrong from a point of view of responsibility, it's wrong from the point of view of the cosmic plan. The whole purpose of existence is to transform, not to avoid, not just to protect your own skin. It's not just to be a tzaddik in pelts. A tzaddik in pelts, meaning a tzaddik in a fur coat to keep yourself warm, but to warm everyone around you. For the Rebbe, it was like, if we don't do that, we're missing the whole point. If we just create our own insulated environment, you're missing the point of why we're here, the purpose of our existence. So I heard when Hatorah was established. So people don't know all the details of how then, but this story illuminates a lot. Like, who initiated it? Who was the first Rabbi Gold, or Rabbi Lipsker, or Rabbi? I don't want to take away credit from anybody. All the rabbis. Yeah. Rabbi Jacobson. No connection to me, but it was the Rebbe. So here's a story I heard from Rabbi Veshetsky, Rabbi Shalom Ber Veshetsky, who taught in Hadar, whose father-in-law was Rabbi Abba Pliskin, who also, one of the big Chassidim, who, by the way, said, I heard from a Baal Tshuva from Hadar from those years, Rabbi Abba Pliskin was Farbrengen with them. I don't know whether he knew English or not, but he got the message across. He told them only a Baal Tshuva could appreciate Chassidus, really. And Abba Pliskin came from a very Chassidish environment, but he said only a Baal Tshuva, because Chassidus, to appreciate the real essence of it, you have to understand darkness. You have to be there. Yeah, we can learn about Eri and Sof before the Tzimtzum and many concepts in Askala, but unless somebody has been there, really been in Tzamelacha, you can't really appreciate Chassidus. That's what he said. Interesting. Okay. So Rab Shalom Ber Veshetsky tells me he's standing one day on Eastern Parkway. Across the 770, there's across the service road on where the benches are. It's in the evening. The Rebbe is having yechidus. People are coming to see the Rebbe privately. Probably it must be mid-60s. And suddenly, a guy he knows comes out running, pale, and like completely distraught. And he goes over to Rabbi Veshetsky and he says, I don't know what to do. I just was by the Rebbe in his room, and I had to run out of the room. He says, what happened? He said that inadvertently, or he didn't really think about it, he was telling the Rebbe that people like himself and other Chassidim are very, very disturbed by the new Hadar yeshiva that was established. And he used a very derogatory term. Like we're bringing into our community, basically people who are impure. I don't want to use the word he used. Like we're defiling our pure children with these aliens. Okay? He says to the Rebbe, the expression he said, mention it Aiden. People are speaking. And he was open, he told the Rebbe. And this is what Rabbi Veshetsky told me. The Rebbe stood up. You don't hear this every day. That in the middle of a yechidus, the Rebbe should stand up. And he went over and he was by his table, and he stood with his hands like this. And the Rebbe stood like this. I've heard from many of the secretaries. It was not pleasant. The Rebbe was going to say something that would be very, very strong and harsh. Kavyachal, so to speak. And the Rebbe said to him, with his hands, both his his clenched, he says to the Rebbe says to him, Ver etos, avem retmendos. Because he said, mention it Aiden, people are speaking. So the Rebbe is saying, who are they speaking about, these people? And he said twice or three times, who are they speaking about exactly? Which makes it very clear the Rebbe says they're speaking about me, because I established this yeshiva. And the Rebbe says, Mizdach, Meitzi Yoker min hazelo. We're extracting the most precious from the waste. Basically, we're bringing out diamonds. You're telling me that they have negative effect. We're bringing out the most precious of the precious. And we're saving them and drawing them out from the dregs, if you wish, of the world. When he heard that, he could not. The Rebbe was so flaming and so furious. He ran out of the office, and here he meets Rabbi Veshetsky. And Rabbi Veshetsky says to him, you better get yourself right back there. If you can't go back in, you better write a note immediately and ask a serious mechila and tikkun, because you essentially told the Rebbe, you're criticizing the Rebbe. I'm not going to focus so much on this guy. Fine, I hope he did what he had to do. I hope he did his tshuva, But the Rebbe's care, and literally, it's like, so who are you talking about here? To me, I read into it that it's like the Rebbe saying, this is like the biggest thing we could be doing. We're saving the world. We're transforming the world. Yes, whatever reason, some neshamas have wandered. And here's where I want to go back to what I asked earlier. Why did God make it this way? So there's a mashal, an unbelievable example that the Mittler Rebbe gives in Darech. I'm going to somewhat paraphrase it because the mashal is a little cryptic, but I once heard it when I was young. Someone was Farbrengen and told it in such a powerful way, it just left me with the impression that I'm going to share with you. With an example like this, that a great king appoints a whole team of his subjects, of his empire, to go mine and excavate precious stones from mines and from caves that are deep in the ground. You know, to find some of the most precious metals or stones, you have to go often to places that are very dangerous. But since there was a lot to excavate, so he divided the job among all these people and said, your job is to cover this cave. Your job is to cover that one. And to those with the strongest, with the greatest strengths and the most talent, he gave them, of course, the hardest job. To go into the deepest caves, where it's most dangerous, and to find the most precious stones there. And that's what happened. They all panned out. Each one went to their place. Thousands of different workers working in these caves. Obviously, the ones working on the outer levels did their job pretty quickly, and they brought their diamonds or precious stones to the king. Okay, job done. Those that went a little deeper took a little longer. And of course, those in the darkest places took a lot of time, and maybe over centuries. But they were going for the most precious stones. Now, being that they were in such deep, dark caves, and you know, you get covered up in the dust, in the grime. So when everybody returns back to the surface, so some of the people you could recognize because they didn't really get that sullied. They didn't get that dirty. But then there are those that came and nobody could recognize them anymore. They were completely covered from head to toe in dust. But it's those that brought back the most precious stones of all. And the analogy is this, that the neshamas, the souls that God sent to this world from the beginning of time, are exactly these workers. He sends us all down to this dark world. The Alter Rebbe classifies it as Elam mole klippes v'sitra achra, filled with all kinds of concealments. Cheshech kafle mechupel, a double, quadruple darkness. Rishayim gevrim by, where the wicked prosper and dominate, and tzaddikim suffer. We all know what this dark world can do. To the point where people cried, Aniva afsied. The truth is, Eined Milvade, everything is godliness. No, I and nothing else. It's me, me, me. A selfish, narcissistic world. But he wants us to find the sparks, the precious stones. So in the earlier generations, they were not difficult to find because they were on the surface level. And that's why, for example, and the neshamas were very great neshamas. They had a lot of power. That's why it says that out of the 288 divine sparks, Rapach Mes, Merachefes, Rapach Netzutzik Dusha, so 202 were already elevated and refined. You know, we're in Mitzrayim, Erev Rav. So the Alter Rebbe says 202 in 210 years, and now we need thousands of years just to find another 86. He says, yeah, because they're much deeper sparks, and they're much darker places, and the neshamas don't have quite all that same giluyim. They're not the derdeya. So as the generations went along, as I explained before with the transmigration, it was souls that are now darker places, to the point that when they come back and they come to a shul on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, you may not even recognize them. They're covered completely in dust. This one may be intermarried. This one doesn't even know what mitzvah is. This one, but somewhere the spark is there, because then the yid is a yid. No matter how much he's covered, he's still that neshama. So the darkest places have the deepest sparks, and it's the people who come from a world where they were not brought up in the Giluyim and the revelations that actually are the ones that bring back Yoker min Hazel, the deepest and most precious of all. So that's what he says in the Maimer of the Alter Rebbe. And the Mittler Rebbe and the Ayin Beis explains it at length. Why you need Mashiach to bring a tzaddik to do tshuva. Because a tzaddik on his own can't do it. A Baal Tshuva does it because of the darkness that he's in brings him there. But how is a tzaddik going to experience darkness? So only Mashiach can do that. Mashiach has the power to, so to speak, infuse even a tzaddik with this type of awareness and consciousness. But if a tzaddik doesn't have that tshuva, the shleimus ha-bria, the tachlis ha-bria, I should say, the purpose of creation is not fulfilled. Because it's about transformation. And if you don't have tshuva, you don't have transformation. And tshuva cannot be done in heaven, and can't be done in Gan Eden, and it can't be done in a state of pure holiness. Because there's nothing to return to. You're already there. So to appreciate, it has to be through Shchayr Ani V'Nova. I am dark, but I'm beautiful. And it's the darkness that teaches me, to use some language of Chassidus, the Helam Ha'atzmi, how God is beyond revelation. That is the darkest places that teaches us more about Atzmus, about the core essence, than all the revelations in the world. That tzaddik can teach you about God's revelations, but he cannot teach you about God that is beyond revelation. And Shuvah can teach us that. And for Mashiach to come, you need to have that level. So perhaps we can say that when the Rebbe said, I did everything and now, tut alt v'sir kent. I'm not giving an explanation. We all would have loved Mashiach to come right then. But perhaps, one thing is for sure, today there has to be more avodah b'koyach atzmai, or more tshuva than ever before, because it has to come from, that's what the Rebbe said, I did everything. That means I gave you all that I can give you. I gave you all the resources. But one thing I cannot do for you, so to speak, is that small effort that has to come from you. Something that must come from the bottom up. Now, we would have preferred that it come from the top down. Purim, Tov Shemem Zai in 1987, the Rebbe basically said that these words, he said, had the generation been an elevated generation, though the Hiskashus, their connection to the Rebbe, would be enough to bring the Geula. But since they're not, now it has to go from the Nasi to Hakhel. Almost the words that I've repeated here. That's where I'm taking the idea from. It has to come from the Hakhel. Something from us. That's not up to us, that's what was told to us. So I see this evening, and I see the efforts that all of you are doing. And I commend everyone here, and all those that are not here, everyone involved. This is not just another event, it's capturing and encapsulating and personifying the very essence of why we're here in this world. And frankly, we're all in the same boat. There's no such thing as Baal Tshuva and Tzaddikim. That's a myth. First of all, I'd like you to find me a tzaddik. I'd like you to find me a Beinani for that matter. Okay? It's a term, it always rubbed me the wrong way, to be honest. To me, it's more of a divisive term than a uniting one. But, Baal Tshuva, as of what? What are we talking about here? That some people had the privilege that God gave them, made it easier for them because they went to yeshiva? And yes, have they earned their way? I grew up, I'm an FFB, if that's what you want to call me. I don't really like that term either, frankly. I don't think I am. I'm trying. But I grew up in it. Does that make me, and my neshama is greater than a person who did not grow up? On the contrary, I see the exact opposite. That probably had God put me in a secular world, I would have never been able to make it. So you have to put a neshama like mine in an environment where it make it a little easier. I'm not saying that to patronize or in any way I'm saying that that's what we know. And what does he say in Tanya in chapter 32? How do we don't know who's the greatest soul. It's one Father. And it's not even up to us. Since when do we measure? I've asked this to many audience. I say, tell me, who's the greatest soul in the room right now? There's a rabbi there. I always say, let's leave the rabbi out. But besides the rabbi, do we know? Were we even told to know? Or we're supposed to even look for? Since we don't think in those terms. There's no us and them. In one generation, we're all in the same boat. We're one community, one people. And yes, if some of us are hurting, we're all hurting. And if some of us are having it better, we're all having it better. One picture. The Rebbe, I think, in the early Talks and Tales, that famous little example where a guy's sitting on a rowboat. You know, he got his space in a boat, and he's drilling a hole under his seat. So everyone says to him, "What are you drilling a hole?" He says, "I paid for this seat." Yeah, my friend, but we're all in the same boat. When you drill a hole under your chair, even though you paid for it, the whole boat's going to sink. We're in it together. There's no such thing that you paid for your seat. You know, we're all in the same boat. We're all in that generation, Ikvasa de Mashiach. And there's only one way, up. Down, we've been far down enough. We've gone through, as the Rebbe says time and again, we went through all the tzaras. We went through the Holocaust. We went through Gzeiras. And lo yiyah the Mittler Rebbe says, it won't happen again. See it. So now it's a matter of the final steps of the transformation. And it makes total sense. After thousands of years, how much more do we have to excavate? How many more diamonds are there? The Rebbe says the Nitzutzes, the Berurim are finished. But now we have to become aware of it. So I think that's not just a matter of a small group of community of the Bali Tshuva yeshivas or the Bali Tshuva people. This is an epic initiative that 8 billion people on Earth need to know this. I hope it's being streamed to all of them. Because this is why we're here. And we all have our part to play. Each has their role to play, and together, collectively, and with the Rebbe's blessings and koiches, and all that he did give us, and all that was given to us from the top down, to do that little initiative, that little thing. I once heard the Rebbe say, in early years, he said, open for me up, Hashem says, a eye of a needle. You know, a small little eye of a needle. And I will open for you the expansive corridors of the Hakhel, Beis HaMikdash. And the way the Rebbe translated was like this. God doesn't ask anyone to change their whole life. You know, cold turkey, transform everything. He asks for the eye of a needle. The Rebbe's words, I think, were, Ein rega, 1 second of your day. Ein vinkale, 1 corner of your life. But in that corner, and in that second, in that eye of the needle, not ich and du, only me and you, only God and you. Get rid of all other distractions. It's only you and God. Nothing else. The quality moment. And then when you do it on your end, that little thing, God will open all the expansive corridors. Similar to what it says in Chassidus about B'chol moedecha, with all your you, with all your might. But your moedecha is different than mine. We all have so-called our parameters, and you go a little beyond that, then you get the bligvul amiti, the true bligvul that comes from above. So may Hashem have Rachmanis, and the Rebbe have Rachmanis on his children, us. Just a few days before Rosh Hashanah. If you want to talk about holidays of Tshuva, Chassidus says, Nisan is Mamayel Lamata. Eibishter took the Eden out of Mitzrayim, Nigla Le'em Melech Malchem Lochma, Kadosh Baruch Hu V'Gol. But Tishrei is Mamata Lamayla. That's why Tov, Shin, Reish, you begin from the end of the Aleph Beis. It's all about the Tshuva. And what is Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur if not Moshe Rabbeinu on a mountain to do what? What's he begging for God, from God right now, these days? To forgive the people after they built the golden calf. It's all about Tshuva. Matan Torah Shavuos is a Yom Tov for Tzaddikim. That's when they received the Torah. But after that, they built a golden calf, just like Adam and Chava ate from a tree of knowledge. And Chazra Zumasan, the toxins returned. And now it's rebuilding, reconciling. What will we say Yom Kippur night? Salachti kidvarecha. That God ultimately forgives. We get the second tablets. It's all tshuva. And why is Simchas Torah the greatest simcha? Because the simcha of tshuva, it's not the simcha of a tzaddik. It's a simcha of transformation. But transformation leads to indestructibility. You cannot destroy that something that was already destroyed. You cannot, someone that's gone through the fire has been immunized. And that's what we ultimately need to bring. Even tzaddikim need also that from that Mashiach brings to them, the tshuva. So, the ultimate purpose, ultimately, is the Geula coming, the Geula that will completely transform the world in a way that will never be not left any corner or any speck that has not experienced godliness from the bottom up. That you could say today. That was not possible thousands of years ago. If Adam and Chava had done it, it would have been great, but it still would have been from the top down. So we have our work cut out for us. You know, we don't need more time. Hopefully Hashem sees, that the Rebbe sees that we are tzama l'chanafshi, we're thirsty. And that even when we experience Kodesh, we also have the passion of the thirst. So my friends, let me conclude with Aksiva v'chsima teva. L'shana teva Mesukah. The Rebbe's father teaches L'shana teva and Mesukah, the tev that comes from like tzaddikim, revealed good, and Mesukah, the sweetness, merira lemiska, that even the bitter becomes sweet, even the darkness becomes light. So you have it all covered. It should be a hatzlacha dikir, ashirus muflaga, abundance beyond your wildest imagination, materially and spiritually. Hashem should bless every yid with much gashmias, and from gashmias we make ruchnias, and should all be in great health, many long years, and above all, shnaz geula. Shnaz geula amitis v'ashlema, even before Rosh Hashanah. And I'll just conclude with a bracha that the Rebbe gave my father-in-law, whose birthday is these days. When he was a bacher, the Rebbe said to him on his birthday, he said, the Eibishter will help him, God should help. As a tale von den Inyanim was the Rebbe gewollt eisfinden in der Welt, soll sich eisfinden durch dir. God should help that part of the things that Rebbe wanted to accomplish in this world should be accomplished through you. And I will give this bracha to each of you, that we are partners with a man like the Rebbe, who's a partner with Hashem, Shutef Lakosh Baruch Hu B'Maaseh Bereishis, and in this epic journey and marathon, which we're told is we're coming to the last leg. So it's our job to now carry the baton and cross the finish line. La Sovet Sadekai B'Tiyufta, a world that will be completely transformed and return to Ruach Toshev El-Elikim Asher Nesana, with the Gula Amitis V'Ashlema B'Korev Mamish. Okay. Thank you so much.
Wow, is that amazing? That was really a landmark speech. And now we're going to bring a table over here where Rabbi Jacobson is going to bring. I did ask him one topic to speak about. How do we bring the Hakhel year, the Hakhel spirit? And I think the Rebbe used the term Hakhel Yid. Yeah? A Hakhel Yid, how do we bring that into the next year, into the years beyond? But I'm sure Rabbi Jacobson will enlighten us with some very powerful Farbrengen. So please join everybody. We're going to bring some tables up here. You can have some refreshments in the back. And Mailim Kodesh will go from, as we said, Malatim Lamaila. Now we've had Torah. Now we're going to go to a Farbrengen, which, as we know in Chassidus, of what a Farbrengen can accomplish, even Malach HaMachoil can accomplish. Thank you so much, everyone. So join in, have some food, and the people will set the tables up.
Avi. Mukhan Avi. Kadima. Opa! Yoki, it's so good. Ya, הקדוש ברוך הוא הבטיח לנו בתורתו שכשיבוא המשיח אף יהודי לא יישאר בגלות. אנחנו הלילה ששים ושמחים בשירה ובזמרה, אבל השמחה בהחלט לא שלמה. שיר הבא אני רוצה להקדיש להנעדרים לעת עתה. הם בליבותינו ובתפילותינו, ובטוחים אנו שבמהרה בימינו ממש יבוא לנו מלך המשיח, והם הנעדרים בראשנו ילך איתנו לקבל את פני משיח, ולא יישא גוי על גוי חרב, ולא ילמדו עוד מלחמה. אמן ואמן. There are times I wonder and I dream about the day when everything is grand home in our land. We have awaited and believed in for so long. Close your eyes. Imagine as we gaze with awe and pride, together we behold, true is the goal of Yerushalayim, Ir HaKodesh, shining high and strong, and no Jew will be left behind. No tears will be left to empty, we can fill them all with mitzvot, knowing that each deed is all we need to bring the loneliness of Golus to its end. There is none too lowly or too lost to lend a hand together as we try. Look to the sky and you will see a face, Hamikdash burning, waiting to descend. No Jew will be left behind. No tears will be left to be cried. No power or pain will send us back again. We are home and forever. Oh, this time, and standing proud as we pray. As ever we live for that day, for that day, when Galus will be but a distant memory, and no Jew will be, left behind, left behind, left behind. No Jew will be left behind. No Jew can be left behind. No Jew will be left behind. No Jew can be left behind. No Jew will be left behind. No Jew can be left behind. No Jew will be left behind. No Jew can be left behind. No Jew will 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 be left behind. Thank you. מחיאות כפיים למשה לאופר ותזמורתו. שם אבי. heute. משה לאופר. מבריברק. יש פה אולי זוגות חדשים אולי, זוג חדש. אם יש פה מישהו חתן וכלה שעומד להתחתן בקרוב, זה בשבילכם. 1, 2, 3, 4. סימן טוב ומזל טוב ומזל טוב סימן טוב, סימן טוב ומזל טוב ומזל טוב סימן טוב. החתן? מזל טוב וסימן טוב, היי לא. איפה חתן? סימן טוב ומזל טוב ומזל. איפה חתן מוישה? מזל טוב וסימן טוב, סימן טוב ומזל טוב ומזל טוב וסימן טוב, היי לא. Oh yeah, hey Lord. Oh man. Oh, lechol Yisrael. Hey Lord, hey Lord. Oh, lechol Yisrael. Hey Lord, hey Lord. Oh, lechol Yisrael. עוד שיר שילחין ידידנו משה לאופר, יסיס עלייך אלוקייך, כמסות חתן, כמסות חתן על כלה, אובה! ילדים, כמה, אובה!
To be aware. If we're sleeping, even if it's done, if you're asleep, there's an awareness and making other people aware, waking us up to it.
So there is like a point that we have to like still wake up.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're asleep, you're not going to get anywhere, you know? You want to put some ice in here. The whole evening they were talking about how many Jews are intermarried and not. So you think there's no work to be done?
So yeah, that's what I understand. What does it mean then?
Why don't you focus on what you need to do? Forget about what it means. There's plenty of work to be done.
Yeah.
That's what we need to focus on. It means that after all these years, some things were accomplished. That were end of the process, you know? Okay, so we're Farbrengen. What are we supposed to be doing now? Hmm? Yeah. Okay. We need a mic here. What's the story? There's a mic? Huh? We don't need a mic. I don't need a mic. I don't know if they have a mic because they're recording. Thank you so much. All you need is me. Okay. L'chaim, everyone. L'chaim. Supposed to be on or off? Oh, only for that. Okay. I'm fine. I've never had so many advisors. Okay, so l'chaim, l'chaim. So to continue where I left off, and that is I mentioned that we all have a form of tshuva to do, wherever we are. And what tshuva means really is returning to who we essentially are. You know, when Chassidus teaches, you know, in contrast, for example, to Freudian psychology, that human beings are really driven by the id, by pleasure, by self-interest. So Chassidus teaches we're driven not by the id, but by the yid, the pintele yid. You know, the pintele yid is like the spark, that beneath all the selfishness and beneath all the animalistic tendencies, we all have a very divine and noble spirit. And essentially, that's really what the message of Rosh Hashanah is. What happened Rosh Hashanah? After 6 days of creation, God creates the human being, B'Tselem Elokim, right? Divine image. That's what happened this Friday. This Shabbos, I should say. First Rosh Hashanah. Then it was Friday. So we're fundamentally a piece of godliness that gets covered up by dust and by other things. So the very concept of tshuva means that we are returning to who we really are. So if someone asks you, who are you? And you give them your business card, that's not who you are, that's what you do. Or if you say, who am I? I'm my body. No, that's your vehicle, your body. You are your soul. You are your divine purpose. You are the reason that you're here. So Rosh Hashanah really is a day where we have to ask ourselves, why am I here? What's the purpose of my life? So to bring it back to, I mentioned Mashiach is connected to tshuva. How Mashiach is connected to that. And what should we be doing? What can we be doing? So if you have asked, for you, if you asked me the question, then the Rebbe said, we finished everything, so what's there more to do? You know, what does each of us have to do? So I'm going to answer that in very balabata, very practical terms. Very practical terms. And it goes like this. You know, you can't aspire for something. Can't aspire and want something unless you know what it is. Like if any of you are looking forward to a good juicy meal, it's because you've had a meal, you know what it's like, and you want another one. So the big question you have to ask yourself, what does it mean, Mashiach? What means Geula? What does it even mean? I'm not going out on the limb by saying, I don't know if any of you have ever lost sleep. That Mashiach didn't come yet. Would you say you lost any sleep? You may have lost sleep for other reasons, but not for that reason. So I'll challenge you with this question. If you were asked to describe if Mashiach comes right now, what will the world look like tomorrow morning? Can you describe it to me? What will your room look like? What will the Kingston Avenue look like? Will there be birds? Will there be grass? Will people be going to work? Will there be Wall Street? What'll happen? Will the world stop? I don't know if you've ever thought of this. How will things change? And if you can't answer that question, then obviously, how could you live with Mashiach? You don't even know what it looks like. So I'm going to give you a few answers, obviously. I'm asking the question for a reason. Somebody wants to give an answer? That makes sense? And don't tell me ice cream is going to grow on trees and stuff like that.
I mean, the idea of people still going to work from the chef comes at exactly what Rambam said.
So I'm asking, so what will be different then?
Well, we're going to have Israel be a monarchy.
And Israel today is what? What is it today?
It's not. Everyone's going to be from. Everyone's going to be tshuva. Oh wow, that's hot water.
So 1 second. So right now, around 80% of the Jewish world is not from.
Right.
So you're saying overnight everyone suddenly becomes from?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So it's a miracle.
Yeah.
But the Rambam says they will need miracles.
Well, I'm not the Rambam.
Oh, you say there will be.
Well, doesn't the Rabbi say that?
Okay, look, and you find that to be realistic, that tomorrow morning, every Jew on earth is suddenly going to be from. Everyone who's assimilated and intermarried is going to divorce their wives, and they're going to go and grow beards and wear shaitels, and that's that. Is that how you see it? Well, anyway, I think most people will hear that. Yeah, you're entitled to, but okay, so you hear his answer. I find that to be like, to me, it's like, okay, I mean, anything could happen. Huh? It's very idealist, yeah. Well, explain something. I'm asking you, what will be? Will the stores open up tomorrow morning? Will people be making profit? Will there be ganovim? Will everybody suddenly become ethical? No more murderers? The prisons will be opened? You don't. You're asking me, or I'm asking you. You don't have. You could say to me, you don't know. I'm pointing out that I've asked this question to thousands of people. I could trust me. I could tell you most people don't have an answer because they haven't ever thought about it practically. They think about it fantasy. You know, Mashiach is going to come. It's going to be. So the Rambam says there won't be war. There won't be famine. It's definitely very idealistic, but if you can't envision it in a practical way in your house, you're all going to move to Israel? Will everybody here to book tickets to Israel and be there by Rosh Hashanah? Okay. Anyway, you said what you had to say. It's fine. If you feel comfortable, then great. So now work towards building such a world. That's great. So let me tell you my response. You learn a little Chassidus, you come to realize that it's not some fairy tale scenario. So I'll share two stories. One, a letter from the Rebbe. In I think it was 1951, the Rebbe writes a letter to someone who owns a laundromat. A laundromat, right? And the Rebbe says that everything in life has a lesson. So what do we learn from a laundromat? You ever think about it? So the Rebbe says the following. What does laundry teach us? What is a dry cleaners? You buy a garment, you buy a suit or a jacket or a shirt or whatever it may be. You wear it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. After a while, it becomes soiled, wrinkled, worn out. As it gets worn out, it becomes something you can't wear again. So someone came up with an innovation, a laundry. You bring the garment to the laundromat, and they put the garment in water, not water, cold water, warm water. You wash it out and you mix it with chemicals. The chemicals get rid of the smudges, of the soiling, of the dirt. Then you take it out and you put it under a heavy press, right? And you press the clothing. Beautiful. New garment, like a new garment. And you can repeat this process many times, right? Yeah? Everyone following so far? So, okay. So the Rebbe writes in the letter, the same is with the neshama. The soul comes into this world. Neshama shenesata b'tahirihi. Neshama is pure. But then life takes over. We get disappointed. We get hurt. We get traumatized. We get soiled, wrinkled. Life takes over. Pain, grief,
Story with Ramban. You know, Ramban, who was born in the year 1194, passed away the year 1268 or 1270, lived 74, 76 years. You ever hear the story with Avner? The Avner story?
Never heard it yet.
Okay, you heard the story. It's a famous story. It's printed in Seder Hadoros by Yechiel Halperin. So he records this incredible incident with the student of the Ramban. His name was Avner. Avner left Judaism, he abandoned Yiddishkeit, and converted to Christianity. Story goes that he became very prosperous and very successful, and he was very chutzpahdik. He called the Ramban on Yom Kippur to come to his home, and in front of the Ramban, he takes a swine, a chazer, he shechs it, slaughters it, kills it, chops it up in small pieces, lights a fire on Yom Kippur, cooks it, and eats it in front of the Ramban. And he asks the Ramban, how many chiyuv ikoros, how many transgressions where I am subject to a shortening of life did I violate right now? The Ramban tells him 4. No, I did 5 averos, not 4. No, 4. 5, 4. So Ramban just gives him a look, a stare, like the Ramban, the holy person Ramban. Makubal, the holy Ramban was a holy person. Gives him a stare, and he scares the daylights out of Avner. And Avner says, and he says to Avner, why did you leave Yiddishkeit? So Avner says, because of you. You once said in a Parshas Hazinu, to this week's Parsha, everybody, any person, whatever they'll do in life is hinted in the Parsha. When I heard that, that was absurd. I know that can't be true. That's absurd. I know I'm not there in Parshas Hazinu. And therefore, if what you're saying is absurd and wrong, then all of Judaism is wrong. And that's why I left. When the Ramban says to him, I still stand by what I said. Oh yeah? Then where am I hinted in? Where's my name? Ramban went and prayed that Hashem should reveal to him. He comes back and he says, I'll show you. It's a pasuk in this week's parsha that says the following: Amarti, God says, I have said, af ehem, I will abandon them. Ashpisa me'enosh zichrom, I will eliminate their memory from mankind. I will eliminate his memory from mankind, or their memory. Hazinu is a parsha that talks about all the terrible consequences that will come about if the Jews don't keep the covenant. And Hashem speaks very harsh words. So the Ramban says, look at the words. You'll see the middle letter of those 5 words spell Reb Avner. Amarti, what's the middle letter of Amarti? A resh. Aleph Mem, the resh is right smack in the middle. That's Reb. Af Ehem, what's the middle letter of Af Ehem? An Aleph. Ashbisa, middle letter is a Beis. Me'enosh, a Nun. Zichrom Reish, Reb Avner. One second. Good question. Huh? He's right. No, very good question. Never asked that. Very good question. So Avner says he wasn't expecting that. This was like, he turned pale. So, is there any hope for me? What's my tikkun? He realized that his whole life was messed up. The Ramban says, read the pasuk. That's your tikkun. In other words, your name will be never remembered. No one will ever. Your name's memory will be eliminated from mankind. He decided to take a ship with no captain, with no sailing, nothing to sail the ship with. And the ship started moving, And it went, and it went, and it disappeared, and no one ever found him. He's gone. He obviously died after doing tshuva. The Rebbe says, the Rebbe in a Sikh in Tov Shem Beis, but he's called Reb Avner. There's a reish. Even someone, and even before he did tshuva, because this is before he actually, this is at the very beginning when he just first asked the Ramban what to do. Right there and then, the fact that he was a potential Baal Tshuva was already enough to call him Reb. And the Rebbe quoted a Gemara in Masechta Avodah Zarah. I'll stop with this. It's a story with Rabbi Lezer ben Dordaya. Daf Yud Zayin. It says, Lehenicha Zaina. There wasn't a harlot to be found that he didn't have relations with. Pa'amachas, the Gemara says, one time, a harlot who charged a heavy amount of money, she charged a wallet full of dinrim for her services. What happened? He heard about this woman's offer. He went, and she would live far away. He passed through 7 rivers to get to her. And he gave her the money. In the middle of the act, she lets out some air. She passes some, whatever. And she says, just as this air can never come back, it's passed, so too, you cannot do any tshuva. When he heard that, he went, she triggered something in him. He went to the mountains and he asked, mountains, daven for me. So the mountain says, we have our own problems. And he quoted a psukim that the mountains are going to have trouble in the future. We don't daven for ourselves. They went to Shemayim and Oretz, and they also said, the sun and the moon, they all said, we don't care about you, we care about ourselves. Because there's a psukim in Yeshaya that says that the Shemayim will go through some kind of change and whatever. So therefore, leave us alone. He realized that it's all up to him. He put his head in between his knees, cried his heart out, and cried himself out of life, meaning he cried himself to death. And Rabbi cried when Rabbi saw this story. A person can take years and years to get his Olam Haba. This person in one moment acquired all of his Olam Haba. But this at least, he was called Rabbi Eliezer after he did tshuva. In the story with Avner, he was called Reb before he did tshuva. This is the power of tshuva, the power you see in this Ha'itike Parsha, this week's Parsha about Avner. Anyways, l'chaim.
So what's the difference between being called Reb before and Reb after?
The bigger Chiddush.
Being before.
Before, yeah. Gemara is way before. This is before. In the time of the Ramban, we have a bigger Chiddush in tshuva. What? He's not feeling well. He's not feeling his daughter was here. I was in here. No. He lives very close. He lives right around it, but he's probably sleeping right now. Yeah.
He's at 763, no?
580. 580 crown.
580 crown.
Yeah, his son also lives there. Maybe give it to his son. It's too late. Probably too late now. Yeah.
Well, I'll come back to
Yeah. Yeah. I gotta go. Good gebench to Yar, everyone.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, 2:30.
2:30 a.m.
Go till 4. Time pills up a whole night.
2:30 a.m.
Doesn't
to 4?
sleep. What?
2:30 a.m. to 4?
2:30 a.m. to 4. Yeah, sure, every middle of the night in Samahov. Yeah, sure.
What is that?
I'm joking.
Not very early.
I'm happy you're joking about it because I might have come. Then my job was going to be disaster.
What?
Used to give a citizen.
Oh, it wasn't really a chair. It was just private chalus.
What do you do at 6 o'clock in the morning? I don't believe you.
I'm I'm glad you don't believe me. It makes me feel good. It was true. Why so much? The Rebbe was once asked why he sleeps so little. So the Rebbe once gave two different answers. Once he answered because.
So I don't want to hear that we finished the job. The Rebbe said finish the job, he meant collectively. He meant the world is ready. But just because the world is ready doesn't mean telling us they will say yes because they're receptive. And I can tell you from my little work, I've seen it. But you can't say it's going to happen automatically. That's why I spoke about Mamata Lamaila. It has to come with some effort. The same Rebbe that said the world is ready also said, do everything you can. Put your heads together, figure it out. So each of us have to do it in their way. You know, I'm trying to do it my way. I do it through writing, through teaching, through videos, through other things. Each of us has to find our strengths and reveal godliness in it and use that strength to affect other people that we reach out to. If you're not doing that, put it very bluntly by Farbrengen, you're off the reservation. You missed the boat. Simple as that. Everything else is a distraction. It's as simple as that. It's personal responsibility. And I'm not going to mince anyone. I do not. And I'm telling you the way it is. I know a lot of people say all kinds of stuff, and they yell and they scream and they say everything, Mashiach is here, Mashiach is here. But it all comes down to how you're going to behave. You're more of a mensch. Are you kinder? You know, I've seen people say Mashiach is here, and then they punch somebody in the face. Or they like to say, you know, blood will spill, but we're going to have shalom. I don't want to speak negative. Let's talk positive. So that's what it comes down to. L'chaim, l'chaim. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yana, no, yana, no, yana, 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 oh, ya, 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 yana, oh, yana, yana, no, yana, 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 oh, yana. Yada yana yano yano ana yana 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 yano yo yano yana 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 na 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 oh no yana 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 oh yana yana na na yana. Oh la la ya na na no. Ma ya na na ya na na na. Ya no ya ba ya na no. Ya na na ya na oh na ya da ro yo ya na oh ya yo ya na ya na la la ya na ya na ya na no ya na no ya Ya na 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 no, ya na 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 no, ya 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 na na no, ya ya na na na, ya ya na na na, ya ya na na, ya 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 ya. Did you know ya ya na no. Ya ya na na no, ya ya na 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 ya na na, ya 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 ya, ya na na ya 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 ya.
What you're saying is that when Mashiach comes, we're going to be able to learn anything we see.
Live it, not learn it. Live it.
Didn't we already do that?
So we just do whatever we can. We should do, for sure. Ay na na ya 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 ya. Ay na 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 ya na na. Ay 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 ya 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 ya. Ay na na ya 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 no. Ya na na ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya. Ya 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 ya. Ay ya ya ya. Avinu Malkeinu Ilanu Melech Eilanu Melech Avinu Malkeinu, Ein Lanu Melech, Ein Lanu Melech Eloto. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. So you ever wonder why we say Avinu Malkeinu? Means our father, our king. Is he a father? Is he a king? I understand it's both, but it seems like it's opposites, right? Your father is a close connection. A king is more, you revere him. He's from like a distance. So Chassidus explains, because our relationship with Hashem has to be both close and, I don't say the word distant, but also respect. When two people love each other, if they're only close but there's no respect for each other's boundaries and space, it can be a problem. The same thing that, at the same time, that we have respect, we also have to have closeness. So the Avinu focuses on, like you're a child. You can always go to your father. He's always there for you. The Melech part is that you have to respect him. You have to live up to higher standards. A father will have Rachmanis on you even if you don't live up always to the highest standard. But a Melech is more demanding. And you need both. I mean, the Rebbe spoke a very famous talk he gave in Pasha Sheftim, Tov Shinun Aleph, 1991. And he said there's an expression, Aseh lecha Rav, knei lecha chaver. You shall appoint a Rav, a mentor. But you should acquire also a friend. So what's the difference between a Rav and a Chaver? A Rav is authority, like a Melech, in that sense. He's a Rav, he's an authority, you have to listen to. A friend is an advisor. A friend you can open up your heart to. And you need both. You need someone like a mentor that you ask for advice and get an authoritative opinion, like a professional tells you this is what you have to do, but a friend, more on your terms, you can talk it through. So it's a good thing to have, is to have a mentor and a friend in your life. I don't know how many friends you have and how many mentors you have, but these things will keep us honest in a good relationship. So Avinu Malkeinu has both elements to it. And we speak about Mashiach as well. We say he's a Rav and a Melech, both a teacher and a king. So the king part is the authority, but the Rav part is also the closeness. It's also a teacher, someone that you can relate to. And that's a very important thing in life, to have these elements. Avinu Malkeinu. Somebody wanted to ask something before? You have questions. I see you have a lot of questions here. Go ahead. So this question is asked because remember, tzaddikim are part of our lives. If any one of your family is hurting, a tzaddik will also hurt. They're not detached. So even if they may not, like I mentioned about a boat, we're all in the same boat. If one of us is hurting, the tzaddik will also be hurting. Moshe Rabbeinu did not build the golden calf, but he was the captain of the ship. He was the leader. So he also assumed some of their pain. When you really love somebody, even if you didn't do anything wrong, their pain is going to cause you pain. So the tzaddikim, the truth is, the Gemara says that tzaddikim suffer and they die because of our sins. Because we're all part of one family. We're all responsible for each other. Yeah. the Mittler Rebbe said he had to find within himself, right? I'm sorry? Oh. Yeah. And there's also a story with the Mittler Rebbe stopped the Yechidus because he said, I can't advise somebody if I don't find it within me. So when he found it within him, he was able to advise. Bottom line, there's no such thing that we're all separate. You know, under a chuppah, even at the highest point of your life, you break a glass because you remember there's still, the Beis HaMikdash is not here. There are people who are still suffering. We're never alone. We're all in it together. If you're hurting, I am hurting. The Yerushalmi says we're like one organism. Would it make sense, for example, someone says, hey, listen, I have an ingrown toenail, but it's only my toe. It doesn't affect the rest of me. It doesn't work that way. One part of the body is hurting, everything's going to be hurting. And when one part is strong, we all strengthen each other. That's the power of a Farbrengen. What does it say? What a Farbrengen can accomplish, even Malach Machal can't accomplish. You know why? Because there's a brotherly love. There's a synergy here. We're all connected. We're all connected. You know, I like the example of a symphony. We're all playing a symphony. If one person doesn't play their instrument, it's going to mess up the whole sound, right? And people say, what's the difference? You play your instrument. What do you care about mine? You know, like they say, what's worse than one person who sings out of tune? You know what it is? Two people who sing out of tune. Try it out. Sing a song. And one person out of tune is enough annoying and grating. Get two people sing out of tune, forget it. It's like, oh, no. That's already too much. Any of you know how to sing out of tune? Any professionals? But there's one thing worse than sing out of tune. Somebody who thinks they're singing in tune and they're not. And they go louder and louder. It's one thing, you know, but they go louder because they think they're really helping. And the louder they go, the more, like... Well, any of you, you ever do that? Huh? You? I didn't mention your name.
It tells a story from
Sure. I have many stories. I'll tell one that I have shared in the past. My father was a journalist. It was Gershon Jacobson. Allgemeiner. You heard of it? Yeah. So in the year was 1975. My father had many writers. One of them, his name was Natan Yalin Mur. He was a writer from Israel. I mean, he was born in Europe, in Poland, but after the war he came to Israel. He was a big Zionist. But then he lost faith after the state became a state, Israel. He saw the politics, and he lost his idealism. He saw there was too much corruption, you know. So he became alienated and became very anti-Israel, became very pro-Arab. Now he wrote beautiful Yiddish because he knew Yiddish. He was a very good writer, but he was also very, that was the word, very disillusioned, but worse, that his articles were very angry, very aggressive. My father, if you know, my father was an interesting character. So he invited him to write a column in the Allgemeine. And he wrote beautifully, but from time to time it would be like an anti-Semitic article, essentially. Anti-Israel, you know. Okay, fine. My father got a lot of critique from people while publishing him. Anyway, He was also very anti-religious, I should add. In 1975, Rosh Hashanah, coming to Rosh Hashanah, we're now 2023. So how many years would that be? 75? 48 years? Almost, yeah, 48 years. The Rebbe, my father said to Natanya Limur, after the Farbrengen, Rosh Hashanah, the Rebbe gives Keshel Bracha, cups of wine. Because the Rebbe would wash, then he'd bench, then they'd have Ma'ariv, and Havdalah, and then the Rebbe would stand and pour people wine. So my father suggested to Natanya Limur, why don't you come along? And he didn't want to go. He was demure. He says, not for me. The Rebbe, I haven't seen a Rebbe in years. And, I don't believe in this whole thing. But my father persuaded him. He said, what do you have to lose? Yeah. They get up on line. They come to the Rebbe. My father tells the Rebbe in Yiddish, das is Natanya Limur. He tells him who he is, the writer. The Rebbe looks at him and says, I read all your articles. Yeah. And since Hashem blessed you with a chush aksiva, with a gift of writing, you have to make sure you continue writing. You always continue writing. And you have your column. You must fill your column. You have to always make sure your column is filled. They gave him, encouraged him. So he was somewhat taken aback, and he says to the Rebbe is maskim mit alles was ich schreibe. The Rebbe agrees everything I write. The Rebbe says, since when you read something, you have to agree with it? You could read something you don't agree with. You have to continue writing. And ultimately you'll come to the emes, to the truth. Anyway, he was very touched, in a way, a compliment, the Rebbe, You following?
Yeah.
You asked for the story. Yeah. And now that the Rebbe had his attention, because he was flattered that the Rebbe told him to write, the Rebbe says to him, all this in Yiddish, he says, and let me ask you something. Made of mention Vesich had the Hosnisht, in English. You're afraid of people, I know you're not afraid of people. Because he was a very bold writer and he just wrote what he wanted. I'm wondering whether you're afraid of God. He says, you hear that? I know you're not afraid of people, but are you afraid of Hashem? So when he told us the story, he told me the story afterwards. When he came home, we came back to our house afterwards. I wasn't there when my father was with him. So he said he didn't want to lie to the Rebbe and say, yeah, I'm afraid of Hashem, blah, blah. He also didn't want to say the truth that he doesn't believe, because he wanted to be respectful. So what did he say? He says, Tracht. A Jew is thinking, Yehudi Choshev. Yeah? So he thought that's he avoids the issue by just saying a Jew is thinking. The Rebbe says to him, thinking is not enough. It comes down to action. What's going on with your action? Not your thoughts. So you got to hear the next part of the story. So he tells the Rebbe, he says, at least I'm like that Jew in the story with Levi Yitzchak bar Ditchever. He doesn't say what the story is. But the Rebbe right away picked it up. I'll tell you the end, but I have to tell you the story first. What's the story? Levi Yitzchak bar Ditchever once saw a Jew smoking on Shabbos. So he went over to him and said, you probably don't know it's Shabbos today. He says, no, Rebbe, I know it's Shabbos. He says, then you probably don't know you're not supposed to smoke on Shabbos. He says, no, I know you're not supposed to smoke. I know it's Shabbos. I don't believe the whole thing. And I'm dafke lahachis. I smoke on Shabbos. What do you do now? So the Yitzchak bar Ditchever always found a schus, a merit in a Jew. So he turned to heaven. The Yitzchak bar Ditchever says, look, Rabbeinu Shalom, Hashem, look how beautiful a Jew is. A Jew doesn't want to tell a lie. He found one positive thing, that at least he's telling the truth. So this is all that's hinted to. Natanya Elamur is telling the Rebbe, at least I'm like the Jew in the story of Levi Yitzchak Bar Dish, at least I'm not lying. But he didn't say, he just said like the story. The Rebbe right away picked up, and without missing a beat, the Rebbe says to him, the difference is, Levi Yitzchak Bar Dish was talking about another Jew. He was being Melamed Schus on another person. And you're talking about yourself. In other words, you're being Melamed. See the difference? It's not the same thing. He was so overwhelmed by this, couldn't believe it. The Rebbe I told him, continue writing. He was very, very impressed. First of all, the Rebbe's quickness and that response, that he decided to stay. Sukkah came back, Simchas Torah, which was another Kosher Brach. Because the end of Simchas Torah was another Farbrengen where the Rebbe gives wine. And here's the end of this. Well, it's not the end yet. Came back a second time. He goes by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe says to him, I hope you're not going to make me into a Rasha. I hope you're not going to make me into a wicked person. He says to the Rebbe, how could I make the Rebbe into a Rasha? So the Rebbe said, very simple. The Gemara says that if someone says something to you that has no benefit and no effect, it's called Dvarim B'Telim, wasted words. And someone that speaks wasted words is considered a Rasha. Since I told you that you should continue writing and fill your column, if you don't do that, then my words were Dvarim B'Telim, and you're making me into a Rasha. What do you think about that? So he said, Chaz v'Shalom, I'll never make the Rebbe into a Rasha. Okay. And he continued to write. The story's not over. One more piece. One footnote here, more than a footnote. This was 1975. Around 3 years later, the doctors diagnosed Natanya Limor with Yana Machla, with cancer. And they gave him only 6 months to live. And he got worse. And he sent my father 2 letters from Israel, sealed envelopes, 2 articles to be printed posthumously after he passes away. Shouldn't print them until he... So my father respected his wishes, and that's what happened. He passed away, that I'm not sure when exactly, but in that period. And then my father printed the articles. What does he write in the article? You won't believe it. He writes the whole story with the Rebbe. But he begins with an introduction. Listen to this. He says, dear reader, as you're reading my article, I'm being judged in the Bezin Shalmaila, in the heavenly court, and I'm sure they're reading off all my transgressions, and I don't have much to defend myself with. I didn't live a Jewish life. I was very anti-Israel. He basically says, so he says, I'm standing in front of a court that may not show any sympathy to me. But I know whatever they read below on earth, they read in the heavenly court. So I wanted this article to be printed after I'm passed away, so it'll be my so-called my statement to the court above, in case they don't let me speak. You hear this? And of all my life, the schus I have, the Rebbe told me I should continue writing. And I should always fill my column, because if I don't, I make him the Rebbe of Russia. So I'm writing, and I'm writing my final article. And I want the court of law the business should know this. And then judge me as you see fit, but I wanted to make my statement. And he did it smart, because he didn't know if they're going to give him time. This way he writes an article. The heavenly court's reading it. What do you think? That's the story. Is that a story or not?
You think it worked?
What? That's all that I know. What about the Rebbe? That's all. Not that I know of. I know the article. He tells the story, and then he talks about his life. I mean, you want me to add on some for drama purposes?
You already mentioned the story.
I don't know any more details. That's the story. Listen, every tale has another tale. That's the story. I don't think there's more to it. I know the articles. I have the articles. So he didn't know much about the Rebbe. I mean, he knew what happened with him. Anyway, I'm sure when people tell the story, they add, it's called embellishment. You know what embellishment is? Okay, so he's known for that. So it's his trademark. This is the story as I know it. I'm telling exactly as I experienced it.
Did your grandfather build the iron in 770?
My mother's father, yeah.
How did he get that? How did that?
He was a Gabbai in 770. He was one of the Gabbaim. I think after Yochanan and Gordon passed away, I would say from around 1969 till he passed away in 1985. Yankel Lipsker. He owned a grocery store. Khan's Grocery was my grandfather's grocery store. Why is this relevant, this biography? My grandfather? No. Why is this important? No, I'm fine answering. I'm saying, why is this so important to you? See, he was like an amateur carpenter. He had in the basement of his house on President Street tools, carpentry tools, and he made. You'll see also tables. There's a certain he loved to take wood pieces and make tables out of it, clocks, or in Kodesh, yeah. So he built it, and I guess he presented it, and so they took it, you know. I knew him well. I'm his oldest grandchild.
Oh, it's a very beautiful design. It's kind of unique. I think it is certain unique elements.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, if you say so. I mean, my grandfather, but it's not like. He passed away in 1985. Yeah. Which Herschel?
The one in Morristown.
I know he asked already. Huh? That's my mother's brother, my uncle. Rabbi Avram Lipsker from Tiferes Menachem, and Oliver Shalom, Rabbi Fitzi Lipsker. These are all my uncles. They're all brothers, yeah.
Send regards.
Huh?
Told me to send regards.
Herschel?
Yeah.
Send them back. Yeah. Yeah. These are all my uncles. These are my mother's brothers. My mother's the oldest. She has her brothers. Avremel, Beryl Lipsker. You may see him wandering around 770. He likes to say L'chaim.
He was here today.
Beryl?
He was here for a minute, for a little.
Wherever there's alcohol, he'll be. He smells it like a wolf. Huh? If there's alcohol, I'll be there. He was here to say L'chaim, right? He didn't come for the speech, that I could tell you. That's Beryl. Then I have others. I have Hirschel, Zalman, Fitzi, Oliver Sholem, and Shmuel. Yeah, these are my uncles. Yeah. Abraham is probably home. He lives in Crown Street. Not so well, so he would have probably come. Probably would have come. Yeah, so you have another question.
There's a story that you told. So when he writes this final article, is the merit that he's citing for the heavenly court specifically that he obeyed the wish of the Rebbe? This is
Or what's option B? That's good enough. I don't know if it's a merit. He was telling the story out of interest. He decided to share it. And he thought it may help him, for the core of law. You want to get as much as endorsements you could,
I just have another question. How did you start your teaching career?
How did I start? I haven't started yet. So I'm just beginning. I'm a young man. I have a bright future ahead of me.
I don't doubt that. I'm just saying that. When did you start teaching to the broader public?
Technically, I was working in the Rebbe's Sichos a lot. That was my main preoccupation. This is 1980, 81.
Which Sichos?
The Rebbe's Farbrengen.
Sichos or
No, the Rebbe's live full Farbrengen, full version Farbrengen. Chayzer and Maniach. Yeah, I wrote the full length Farbrengens of it. I wrote a few. We had someone on the team. I wrote the Sichas, not the Maimah. Today it's now. Tosh Menachem is Hebrew translation. I did the Yiddish originals. Yeah. Later it became Sichas Kodesh. Not all. I wasn't around. I wasn't born 1950. I didn't do the early. My years were mainly 1978 till 1992, when the Rebbe had a stroke. So a good 14, 15 years. But what? I have to go back. I know, 1 o'clock, right? You have a bus? What should I do? I'd love to. Is there anything I can do to? It's easier for you to stay here, for me to come with you. Listen, I'm an anti-establishment guy, but I'm not going to tell you not to follow the rules. You have a bus? Well, how are you going? Waiting here? Huh? Oh. He told you got to leave at 1? So you'll be back like there by 2:30 or something. 15. Okay, it was nice meeting you all. Have a ksivach simateva, blessed year. Atzlach in your learning, and avodas atfila and davening, and bring it into action, and change the world. Do your part. Revolution, create revolution. Chadaram. Yeah. I was in Morristown myself in the years 1975, 76. Long time ago. Teferis had just opened then, a year before me. Yeah, of course I know the Bochum that were there. Yeah, he was there. Jonas and Dennebaum, Shliach in Palm Springs was there. There were a few others. Mention names, I remember them. Quite a few. It was early. Yeah, probably Morgenstern. Was there, what's his name? He lives in Albany now. No. What's his name? It's a B. Remember now.
Hey, Johnny, 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 what are you doing in the market? You're a fire, you're a sell, what are you doing in the market? Hey, 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 man, go to the other side, man, the guy is never dying, hey, Johnny, 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 man, go to the show, get to the corner, at the seven guy, hey, doing man, go to the other side, man, the guy is never dying, look at them, man, go, hey, doing man, go to the other side, man, the guy is never dying, look at them, man, go, hey, Johnny, 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 what is this, man? You don't buy, you don't sell, all you do is make trouble. Hey, Johnny, 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 what are you doing? You don't buy, you don't sell, all you do is make trouble. Hey, hey, hey,
What are you drawing? What are you drawing?
I was wondering, from the story you tell, where it brings so much merit to do as the Rabbi says. As you mentioned, with it being 30 years on and such, do you think what is something that the Rabbi said that applies to now that could give us the same kind of merit?
I'm talking about it all in the evening. How to bring God into your life.
I must say, the story about the column is very I've always had a problem. I've really been trying to get myself to read. I've always had trouble trying to form that habit. But after hearing that story, I think I know what my thought is going to be for the coming year. Fill my column.
Great.
Starting to learn Torah for the first time in college. I was very inspired by your short videos, short like 2-3 minute videos. Really very inspired. Didn't ask you a question.
What? Nobody's waking up to sleep. So it's your guys.
Businessman.
He's doing some Aramaic thing.
And then they started bringing more friends. I do this till this day, Wednesday nights.
Stop it.
Probably 30, 40,000 people, maybe more.
What?
All from that.
Conform.
What?
Conform. Not cuneiform. Oh,
What's wrong with cuneiform?
Okay, keep going. You're good. You're doing good. You're doing good.
Conform, not cuneiform.
Besides, it's the good kind of cuneiform too.
What's this? I'm gonna trip on this. I'm gonna sue. What does it say? What does it say?
I don't think you're allowed to throw that away now.
That was my first teacher.
I
wasn't planning to.
Okay, I have to go to the restroom. What does it say?
Abu?
Father. Yeah.
Mother. Torah meaning soul. You see my book.
It's very nice. All those things just to make a little letter. Okay. It's very unpractical. This is why they were wiped out.
What?
That's why they were wiped out.
What?
It's very impractical.
What?
Hold on. Oh, they took it away.